It's a special city. You know, I love this city so much. I named my show after it.
Yeah.
And there's something about me and the city that click. They just click. You know, I'm from San Diego, grew up on the beach, but I never really was a surfer. I went to New York City. I was on Wall Street. I was in. I was there trying to do my best, but New York City always kicked my butt on a regular basis. I just couldn't figure it out. But when I came to London in '97, I had success. When I came back in '02, I had success. I was always able to figure it out over here, maybe because I was the immigrant, I was the American hustler.
Hmm.
And something about me in this city, they just mesh. And so why fight it? I just was like, this is the place I want to be. And literally, when I went to create this show 6 years ago, I was always fascinated by these companies that had used London in their name. The London School of Sound, where I learned how to be a DJ, the London Sleep Institute, the London this. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to call my show London something. And I'm so glad I did. And London
Absolutely.
Real is the essence of what we do here. And it's such a powerful name. London is such a powerful brand. I'd like to think we represent it very, very well. And yeah, I'm so glad you feel the vibes of my city. This city's amazing. When I got here in '97, it wasn't as amazing. The food wasn't as good. It
Right.
wasn't as multicultural. Now, honestly, it's almost like a child that's growing up. Like I got here when London was about 10, still figuring things out, didn't really know what was going on. Now London's in its teens and early 20s and it's maturing. It's a force. And in the next 10 years, if not now, this is the greatest city in the world.
No doubt.
I'll put it against New York City any day of the week and any other major city. It's truly international. You can walk down the street, you can hear Russian, Chinese, you can see a woman walking in a full hijab down the street, no problem. And people really embrace the internationalness of this place. And it's the center of commerce, the center of finance, center of government, center of media for pretty much all of Europe.
Right.
And I love it, man. I'm not going anywhere.
So, what ultimately attracted you to move here?
You know, it was necessity. So I got here in '97. I was in my 20s. I think I was probably 26 or 27, I guess it would have been. And look, I was in Wall Street. I was young. I was single. I was hanging out with all my Wall Street buddies. We were going out every single night of the week. I think when I moved to Wall Street back from Chicago, I went out with my good friend 28 nights in a row. And we were all about the bucks. We would love Gordon Gekko. We would literally leave the bar sometimes at 1 or 2 in the morning to go home and watch Wall Street. Like that's how obsessed we were. We did that probably 50 times. And so for us, you could have offered me a job on the third moon of Saturn. And if it paid me enough money, I would have taken it. So when someone said, you want to go to London? I was like, yeah, show me the money. And so that's why I came originally, because it was about a business opportunity and I would have gone anywhere. Which in retrospect, I look back at that guy and I'm like, come on, Brian, maybe it shouldn't have been about you, but when you're young, maybe that's okay. And it brought me here, so that was okay. So that's why I came. I remember July 5th, 1997, I landed. I think Tony Blair had just won the election. I was in some hotel that looked funny and smelled funny, and the room service had like bacon with all this fat on it, and I didn't know where I was. I knew nobody here. I was very lonely in the beginning. It was hard to be here, but it grew on me slowly.
I could see why. Well, you mentioned Wall Street, and I do want to talk about that a little bit. But
Okay.
first, I'm just curious: was the experience there like The Wolf of Wall Street? Were you Leonardo DiCaprio?
So The Wolf of Wall Street is, look, Scorsese is an amazing
Yeah.
director and Leonardo's a great actor, but I didn't like the movie because that movie depicts kind of like a bucket shop selling penny stocks that was barely in Manhattan. It started off, I think, in the movie in Queens, and then they kind of moved in, and they're selling shares on the phone to people that really don't know what the hell they're doing. So that was kind of like a bucket shop, right? What I was doing was I was in a major global institution on the phone, creating derivative transactions between some of the biggest players in the world. So it was just a different level. It was kind of a more grown up level. There was a lot more money involved, and it was just like for the big boys. So when I see that, I kind of laugh and I'm like, all right. But for me, I don't know that reality. I kind of know a little more of the Gordon Gekko reality, although he was an M&A guy. He was a churn and burn guy from the 80s and 90s, and I was a derivatives guy from, I guess, the later 90s. So it was different, but being on Wall Street for me was just absolutely amazing. I was like a kid in a candy shop. I'd gone to MIT to get an engineering degree, and I just fell out of love with engineering. I worked for Ford Motor Company one summer, and at first, my first car was a Ford Mustang.
Mhm.
I was 16 years old. I bought it for $1,200. I saved all summer. I worked on it. I used to have, dirt underneath my nails at all times, to where my stepmother would like say, "I'm not serving you dinner unless you wash your fingers." I would work on that car all the time. So when I went to MIT and I got a job there, my first summer, it was like I
Mm.
died and went to heaven. But I looked around after 2 months and I said, "Look at these guys. They're 50. They're probably, they're just not going anywhere." And they were, I don't know, for me, they were making $50,000 a year, and they're there and they're happy. And there's 120,000 engineers in Dearborn, Michigan, and I don't want to be one of them. And so I just got a little bit jaded of the professional side of engineering. I love science. I love engineering. I love thermodynamics and dynamics. I love all that. But as a job, for me, it just didn't seem to scale. And so finance was interesting to me. My grandpa, Benedict, was a horse trader, a very good businessman. My grandpa, Rose, was a farmer who built a great farm and a great business. So it's in my blood, maybe. And finance is fascinating when you're an engineer, because you can plot these things and price options and trade them. And it's, for me, I was like a kid in a candy shop. So at my fraternity, the Wall Street Journal would show up every morning on the door. It was weird. A lot of the guys thought I was strange, but I was reading the Wall Street Journal, which was really boring to read back then. And I went to Wall Street, got a job at Bankers Trust as a derivatives trader, lived in the East Village, and I was just living this dream. And I was on this trading floor with like 300 people on it. It was like the size of a football field, no walls, screaming people. They gave me two of these black phones. One was connected to the Chicago Board of Trade. One was connected to the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. Others connected to U.S. Treasury bond salesmen. And they were like, "Go." And they let me start buying and selling things on like day 3. It was crazy. And it was amazing. And I loved it. So that was my Wall Street experience.
Talk about pressure, right? That must have really prepared you for the pressure of today.
Very much so. Like, so when that's happening and someone's screaming over your back and says, "I need you to price this 5-year swap to these dates. It's Fujitomo Bank is on the line. They got 4 other banks on the line. What's the price?" And I'm sitting there plugging all these things. And I'm literally calculating this on a spreadsheet. And I have to quote a number like 4.7432. And that's a percentage rate. And I have to know that that means there's 3360, assuming 30 days in a month and 360 days in a year, even though there's not. And I have to know that that's paying quarterly, not annually, because that could screw it up. And if I'm off by one number, that could be like $100,000 down. If I'm off by another number, it could be $2 million down. And guess what? If I'm wrong in their favor, I'll get the deal. And so you learn really quickly how to deal with pressure and also how to prioritize. It's like, is this important right now? No, that's not important. Is this important? And you just try to focus and breathe. And then just, that says a lot of that going on. And as a young guy, people are yelling at you a lot. So it's a great place to learn how to be calm. So when big problems happen here, I'd like to think that I can just kind of, okay, what do we have to do to solve the problem? Because every minute you panic, the market goes the other way and you're losing more money. So sometimes you have to just do that. And sometimes you have to take decisive action and cut your losses. Another thing Wall Street taught me: don't be emotional about stock. Don't be emotional about business. Don't be emotional about guests. Sometimes you have to just cut your losses,
Right.
move on to the next.
Right.
So yeah, it was great in that
Very
sense.
cool.
Yeah.
So Brian, if you can, take us back to Southern California when you were growing up. I know you mentioned your grandpa was a farmer, but what were the early days like for you? What were your interests? What was it like growing up in SoCal?
No, great question. I mean, people always say, "Why are you in London?" I come from San Diego, California, even Pacific Beach, and my mom lives in La Jolla, which is some of the most beautiful places in the world. I think it's the most temperate city in America, like year round. I think it has the best climate, bar none. There's no humidity.
Right.
I don't remember it snowing ever. And so people always ask me, why am I not there? So it's a great question, but also it doesn't have history and culture and also I think I love the urban experience as well. That's why I went to school in Boston. And so, look, growing up was great. It was amazing. I lived in a very quiet, residential area in San Diego. My dad was an engineer. My mom was a former school teacher, but she stayed at home. I have a brother and a sister. So really good upbringing. Like, it was a clean upbringing.
Mm-hmm.
Like I didn't see anything weird or bad until I got to college, really. And I think there's something good about that. I never saw like a drug addict on the corner, or I never saw weird stuff. It was just like a kind of a clean upbringing. I think that was good. Both of my parents came from strong family backgrounds. Arizona, born and raised, creating farms from nothing. when I went to visit my grandma before she died, she drove me by a field and she said, this is where your grandpa and I had our first farm. And she said, he spent 2 years pulling the stumps out of the ground before he planted the crops. And I was just like, okay, that's what I come from.
Yeah.
It's all, and so in my family, it was always, nobody ever complained. Like, there's no complaining on a farm. You just get to it. So I think I had a lot of really good values from my dad and my mom. And they still impress me to this day. They do it by example. They don't necessarily tell me what to do. So look, great childhood. When I was 7, they got divorced. I think it really rocked my world. As a young man, I think I directed my anger towards that. And it's not fair on them by any means, but it definitely affected me. And I think I got very jaded with nuclear families. And I think I was told at that point that I was on my own in this world and I needed to be very self-reliant. And I think I took that to the nth degree in my life. But as I look back now, I think it had a lot to do with it. And in my ayahuasca experiences from a few years ago, I went back and confronted that kind of hurt boy and kind of told him he needs to open up a bit more. So that's something I have to remind myself of constantly. Open up to people. Let them into your heart, which means they can hurt you. But that's the only way you're going to have these amazing connections in human relationships, which is what I think life is actually all about. It's about connecting. It's about helping each other. It's about realizing we're all in this together. And so I always have to remind myself to just open my heart a little bit, because my old tendency was to close it off. It's Brian against the world, and he's going to be in here and you can't hurt him. So I think that experience definitely changed me. But yeah, that's San Diego in a nutshell. I wanted to get the hell out of there as soon as I could. And I went literally as far away as possible to MIT in Boston. It's like a 4.5-hour flight. So I could have gone to Maine, but that was about as far as I could go.
So then you go through school, you go to Wall Street. We're going to fast forward a little bit. And then you're at Richard Branson's chalet in Switzerland. Tell us about the epiphany.
Yeah. So you're making a reference to my TED Talk, which I start off and say, there I was at Richard Branson's chalet. It's in a town called Verbier in Switzerland. And if you've never been to Europe or Switzerland, it's a beautiful country. There's just mountains everywhere. My brother actually lives there now with my nieces and nephews, and it's just stunning. It's gorgeous. And every year I would go with my company here in London called ICAP, which has now moved on to NEX. I think they merged, but it was a huge interdealer broker, and all of my big clients we would take there. So Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, all of the big names, Citibank, you name it, every bank you've ever heard of, we would take for our big ski-doo, right? And it's, all expensive paid, we take everyone there, and it's just like an amazing time. And we go every year. And so I started my TED Talk talking about, there I am, Richard Branson's chalet, après ski. I think we'd just gone helicopter skiing, right? We're hanging out. There's the hot tub. We're drinking champagne. We're planning our night. What restaurant we're going to go to. There's 2 clubs there. You either go to the farm club or you go to the other club in Verbier. We're like, where are we going to go, guys? And I'm looking around and I realize, I'm surrounded by all these people and I feel so alone inside, because these weren't my friends. I didn't feel connected to them. I didn't feel connected to my work. I was just banking money for Brian. And I had gotten to the end of that rope. And I realized that every 3 months I got paid a bonus, and every 3 months I didn't feel happier. And I had finally realized, wait a second, there's no correlation here. And I had told myself for 40 years there was a correlation. When you get rich, you'll be happy and you win at the game of life. That's what I was taught in my mind, maybe from the American media, or maybe that was my own twisted version of it. But that's what I was taught. And I have a horrible habit, as you can see with London Real, of not giving up, right? So I will take something to the grave sometimes, to my detriment. And it's got me through some hard times at London Real. But it also, I think I stayed too long in the city of London, maybe 5 years too long. And I kept beating my head against the wall, waiting for that payout of, where's my happiness? And that was an epiphany. I looked around, and this is a dream moment for most people, right? I mean, you're in this beautiful place. Sure. You're financially secure. I have a LinkedIn profile that makes me look like the greatest guy in the world. You look at my pictures on my Facebook, and I'm driving around in Lamborghinis, and I'm flying here and flying there. And yet I'm surrounded in the room with these traders, and they're not bad guys, but I have no connection with them. I have no connection with my work. Therefore, I have no connection with myself, and I have no connection with really any other human being in the world. Maybe my girlfriend. That's about it. But I don't even love myself, and I'm not contributing to humanity. And I was just like, this is horrible. And a friend of mine texted me and he said, how's the ski? And I wrote back and I said, I've never been surrounded by so many people and felt so alone. And yeah, that was just, that was one of the signs that I actually listened to. And it was a matter of months, I think, that I walked out of the job and just left it all behind. And I was actually there about a week ago. The CEO invited me to come
Really?
for a boardroom dinner, and I was there with a member of parliament. I was there with one of the high-ranking generals. I was there with one of the highest guys in the Financial Times, and he puts together these like meeting of the minds. And I don't know why he invited me, but I was there, and it was really weird, Roger, because I had to walk into this place that I spent 9 years, and it was weird. But when I left that day, I didn't miss it. I was so glad I got out of there, you know. So yeah, hope that answers your question.
No, it does. It does. And I guess what lessons did you learn from those days?
You know, it's a great question. And when I left Wall Street, when I left the city of London, which is what we call Wall Street here, city is the square mile where it used to be the walled city of London. You can see the walls as you walk around. London Wall is right down the street here. You might have seen it.
Yeah.
And that's where most of the financial district is. So if you say he's a city boy, that's the bankers kind of guys. And so when I left that area, I think I took all of that disappointment and letdown from money, and I turned it the other way. And I said, I don't want anything to do with money. And I ran straight away from it. And I said, bankers are horrible people and capitalists are horrible people. And I'm just going to grow my facial hair and I'm going to wear my cargo pants and I'm going to do something different. And I think I went probably too far. And because when I look back, I learned a lot of valuable lessons from these places. And now I tell guys, look, if you want to go spend some years in banking, go for it. It'll show you how to be a professional. It'll show you how to hustle. It'll show you how to really work with high level people. And I think the banking industry, for the most part, does great things. Efficient capital markets build the world. I really believe that. There's also a lot of people that just want to make money, but I think there's a lot of opportunities. So I'm very grateful for what it did. It also gave me a base of capital that I could use to build London Real. Yeah. So London Real, with its ayahuasca and its Bruce Liptons of the world and its Ido Portals, all of that is being financed by the greatest banks in the world. So thank you, Goldman Sachs. Thank you, JP Morgan, for financing our research in psychedelics, our research in the fact that the body is the mind, you know, our research in exploring human beings. Because without that, I couldn't have built London Real. So in retrospect, as Steve Jobs said, when you look back, you can connect all the dots. And going forward, I couldn't connect them, right? Why am I here? But it really gave me a beautiful thing, and I really respect the people that employed me. And I worked for the same company for 9 years, and Michael Spencer, the CEO, he ran and still runs an amazing company, and I'm thankful for him. But no longer do my values align with theirs, so I would never go back. Yeah.
Now let's talk about the journey of London Real. I think that's a nice segue into how it all began, the hard work, the team, everything that you did to build what it is today.
You know, this is a strange time right now, Roger. You caught us at like the perfect time because we are approaching our 6-year anniversary. I think that episode was published October something, 2011. It was like 11th or 21st. I can't remember. It was in the same room, just about 10 feet to our left. And that was episode number 1. There was no lighting. There was 2 cameras, maybe 3. There was no script. We didn't know what was going on, but I knew it should be on video. That was the one thing I knew. And
How?
well, because I always loved making videos, Roger. And if you look back when I was 10 years old, I got these crazy videos. My mom, she had divorced from my dad and she had become a saleswoman and she was pretty good at it. And one Christmas she brought home a video camera. And it was the old kind where you had to actually
VHS.
You had the VHS and you had the VHS tape thing that you had to have slung across your shoulder, and then you had the thing. And I used to go around and we would take it to my grandpa's ranch and we would make these shoot 'em out films with me and my cousins. And if you look back, I'm like the director and I'm telling people what to do. I'm a little micromanaging bastard, just like I am today. And my whole crew will tell you that's true here. And I'm like, all right, can you do this? Can you do this? And I was trying to make movies. I had no training. So it's funny how I'm coming back to the things I loved doing as a kid. And then when I was a trader every year here, or when I was a broker here in London, every year, in order to make it through the year of boredom and hate with my job, I would choose something new to do. And so about 2 years before I left the city, I took a film school course part-time, and I made a short film, martial arts film. It's online. I think it's amazing. Not everyone agrees. Mariana's in it. I save her. It's very Bruce Lee. And so I learned a good amount about film. I learned more than I thought. I learned about blocking, directing, editing. So it was a really good base. And I'd also played with YouTube a little bit, even 10 years ago. I think there's a video of me riding an elephant in Africa on YouTube from like '07. So I knew the platform, and I just knew in my heart that a podcast, which I think I created at the time, needed to have video for a connection. So that was super important. So yeah, you've caught me 6 years later in the same room, and in 2 weeks, this studio is gone. I'm going to leave a lot of memories behind. This room right here, I don't believe in energy, but I do believe in energy. And there's so much energy in this room, Roger. I mean, you've felt it by watching the shows, but this is the same room that Elliot Holst jumped up and down and said, we communicate with our bodies. Right. This is the same room where, Chris Eubank got up and started shadowboxing. I thought he was going to punch me in the ribs and break my ribs. This is the same room where I had the epic conversation with Dorian Yates. This is the same room where I had 2 epic conversations with Ido Portal that led to our film Go with him. I mean, I've had 400 conversations. Something great has happened here, and it's super special. And so this is a point where we're moving into our brand new world headquarters, and we're expanding. The academy's expanding. So it's this weird point you caught me where I'm looking back, which I rarely do, and also looking forward, to the next 100 years, which I'll talk about later. But I think I probably didn't answer your question. You probably wanted to know about the genesis, maybe.
I do.
So, I told you I had that epiphany in Switzerland, and I walked out of the city, months later, and I didn't know what I was going to do. I remember I was scared that day I walked out, but I had to go. I just knew I had to go, and I didn't know what I was going to do next. And I spent 6 months screwing around, not knowing what to do. I knew I didn't want to do certain things. I could have gone into technology, but I remember I told my dad, I said, Dad, I don't want to go back to my high school graduation and tell people about my $1 billion tech IPO. I just don't care. I'm not that guy anymore. So what do I want to do? I don't know. And I was listening to Joe Rogan, and he had this video podcast, right? And I was watching these conversations, and I remember just feeling, wow, there are these 3 guys having these real conversations, and the end of it would go and he'd play his tune, and I'd be like, wow, I just felt so whole and complete. And I joked to my dad, I said, Dad, you should start a podcast. And he said, what are you talking about? And I think that was the seed. And so, on October 6 years ago, I decided that I would start broadcasting. And I was having these long walks in London at the time with my jujitsu instructor. And he was the only other guy like me that was unemployed. And we were having these great conversations. And I just, obviously, the stars were aligning. And I thought, you know what, let's do this. And so I just pulled the trigger. And when I get a project in my teeth, look out, because I am relentless. I am obsessive. And that's what happened with London Real. And so 6 years ago, that happened, Roger. And, the rest is kind of history.
Yeah. Oh, I could see that. And I saw that really well the last 8 weeks. It's been quite a journey for myself and the others in the class that we went through that.
Yeah, because you've seen inside the London Real Academy, and so the Broadcast Yourself course is what you're talking about. Yes. 8 weeks ago, you started the course with about 60 some people. About 20 of them are here in London for graduation this weekend, and so you've seen what it's like to be inside the academy, which didn't exist until 2.5 years ago, and to see when we teach something how hard we go. And it's 8 weeks, it's intense, it's 16 hours of live calls, there's video modules, there's homework, there's nowhere to hide. Some people can't take it, but the people that get through it, they become just almost supercharged. And like you were one of the ones that you were already doing amazing work on your own, and we can talk about later, but you probably felt the people that make it through, they get just hopefully catapulted out the other side. They feel energy, they're part of the family now. I'm going to know you the rest of my life, I believe. And so, yeah, that's that experience that you had a part of. So you can kind of see inside, and you can see the team. The team we have here, I would put this team up against any company in the world. I tell you time and time again, this team, impresses me beyond anything, and my expectations are high. In fact, when we launch a product or we launch a documentary film, what impresses me the most are the way my team behaves. And that's what I tell them the next day. I'm like, what impressed me more than the Ido Portal documentary was you. What impressed me more than the Broadcast Yourself course or our recent Business Accelerator launch was the way the team puts in the work and they go the extra mile. I'm just really impressed.
And that's so important. You cannot do your job without that team behind you. And we both know that.
Yeah, I did this solo for 3 or 4 years, 3 years probably. And my dad, I remember, told me one time, I guess I'm making a lot of references to my dad and my mom. And he said, Brian, because he's an entrepreneur, he's a startup guy, a tech guy. He said, the most work that one person can do is the work of two people if you stretch it. Mm-hmm. And what he was saying was, if you really want to scale your idea and scale your organization and affect more people, let alone make more money, that's a whole nother side effect. Mm-hmm. You need a team. Mm-hmm. And in order to do that, you need to learn how to manage them. I never managed people in the city. I didn't have to.
Right.
To make a lot of money, you don't have to do that in the city. And I always stayed away from it because I didn't like it. It was fearful for me. London Real, I was forced to embrace this role as a team leader. And it's hard and it's rewarding, mm-hmm. and I'm learning and I love it.
Okay. Let's talk about your core mission. Is your mission different today than when you started? And if so, how?
Very much so. You know, I had a mission when we started. If you look back, I actually have a mission statement that we wrote out, and it sounds kind of funny, and putting the BBC out of business, and we reject the status quo, we reject mainstream media. Yeah. And I never liked the mission statement, but when I look back at it now, I could see where we were going. Mm-hmm. You know, we wanted to put out media with people having real conversations about real things and no longer have a 3-minute, video on Channel 4 that gets someone to say a soundbite. You know, we want to really have these conversations. I didn't know why. And I've realized, though, that you need this long form conversation because it's the ultimate original form of education, storytelling. Yes. That's how we learn. We learn by hearing about Brian's journey, Dorian's journey, Ido's journey, Dan Pena's journey. And if you understand the story, it locks into your brain. And the Bible knew this, right?
Yes.
How does the Bible teach you? Through story. And so it's the original form. It's not YouTube. It's not 60-second Instagram videos. And so that's how you really teach the lessons, the core lessons. I call it the art of listening. If you sit down for one of my shows, what do you have to do? You have to check your ego at the door, because I'm about to introduce you to a scientist who says that DNA isn't what you thought it was. I'm about to introduce you to a guy who says you know nothing about how the body moves, and I'm going to teach you. I'm going to sit you down with a guy who's 72 years old, lives in a castle in Scotland, and likes to yell and use 4-letter words. You have to put your ego in check because you have to go into their brain for the next 90 minutes or 2 hours. And you have to be willing to surrender your own judgment, your own preconceived notions, and allow another human into your brain. It's very intimate. But by doing that, that's how you evolve. And that's honestly how a lot of psychedelics work as well. It allows you have to let someone else in your brain for a while and accept another point of view. So that's what we were doing from the get-go, but I couldn't articulate it very well. Now I'm a little better at articulating. Come back in 5 years, hopefully I'll be a little bit better. But we were just trying to get this whole idea of art of listening, real connection, human stories, empathy, learning in a traditional way. Also rejecting the mainstream media, rejecting all the things that we've been told we have to think, laws, constructs of our society. Why do we have to do them? Why? Why are psychedelics illegal? Why is our government right? Why is privacy important? Why is human energy something we should talk about? All these things that have come up on London Real a lot. Why should we talk about those things? So that's what we were about from the beginning. I couldn't articulate it as well, but now I have a better vision of it. And so I think we are about this art of listening. And that's what I think any show, long form, is doing, your show as well. And so for the next 100 years, I have a mission. And the reason I'm choosing the 100 years is because I love the city of Barcelona. Have you ever been?
Absolutely. Love it.
Well, I went there originally, I think 4 years ago, maybe 6 years ago, with my girls before the boys were born. So that's Mariana and my stepdaughter, Gabby. And we had a wonderful time. And there was this church called La Sagrada Familia.
Beautiful.
And it was built by Gaudí, which is one of their favorite architects in that city. And when I learned more about it, I said, what's going on with this guy? He started building this church and it's still not finished. Right. And it's going to be finished in about 100 years, I think. And he knew it would never be finished in his lifetime. And he was taking his sweet time to build it. just so people know, and you should research this, he was able to build one wall of the 4 walls of the church in his lifetime, barely. And that was okay with him. And he always used to say, my investor is not in a rush. And he was referring to God. And I don't necessarily believe in God, but maybe I do, because my investor is not in a rush either. And so I'm on a 100-year plan here. And that way, London Real is beyond me and my lifetime. I'm out there to change the world through what we're doing here. I don't want to do anything else. I don't want to go back to the city. I want to keep doing what we're doing here. Now, it doesn't mean I want to keep having conversations with people in this studio every week. It expands. That's why we're doing documentary movies. That's why the London Real Academy is growing. And who knows what's going to happen a year from now. I always tell the guys and the women that work here, I don't want to recognize London Real 12 months from now. That's hard.
Yeah.
I don't want to even recognize it. To be honest, I don't recognize it now. I would have never thought we're moving into this new space. I would have never thought we would have had coming up on 3 documentary films. I would have never thought what we're doing inside the Academy. So that's what I want in the next year. But for the next 100 years, I want to do something that's going to make a major seismic shift in the world, in the consciousness. I want to change people's lives, and I want to do 3 main things. I want to put content out that it enlightens people. When you first get your first touch point of London Real, let's be honest, it's probably on YouTube. It probably comes you out of the blue. You were searching something and bam, all of a sudden you're watching Dorian Yates. All of a sudden you're watching Ido Portal. All of a sudden you're watching Dan Pena, and you get some information. And I call it being enlightened, not educated. Education's boring. Enlightened, because they say something and you're like, wow, how come I've never heard of that before? I've watched 1,000 movies in my life. I went to MIT or Harvard. I've watched every single documentary film out there, but I missed that nugget of someone saying something real to me in that chair. And people have told me that that's changed their lives. And I used to think that was nonsense, Roger. But I've seen people in the streets that stop me. I've probably been stopped by 1,000 people in the streets. And they said, Brian, that episode with Dan Pena changed my life. And I say, thank you so much. I got to go. And they grab me and they're like, Brian, it changed my life. I made a major life decision because of you. And so I realized that first touch point is about enlightenment. That's when someone goes, wow, I never thought of that idea. But that was the first iteration of London Real. We did a lot of enlightening, and that's great. But I hate that then they went on to another YouTube video and another YouTube video. And then they went back to their same horrible, disempowering lives. So there's another step, and that is empowerment. When you watch a London Real episode, you hear someone say something, but it's not like a cute picture on Instagram that makes you think, yeah, that's really inspiring. I want you to feel empowered. And that's why at the end of the show, I say, what are the lessons we can learn? What's the advice you give to your 20-year-old self? What action can people take right now and change their lives? Take some responsibility. Take extreme ownership, as my good friend Jocko Willink would say, the Navy SEAL. And that's the second stage. We want people to be empowered, make change in your life. And then comes the final stage, which is transformation. That is what we do inside London Real Academy. And you felt that over the last 8 weeks. And that's when we go all in. And I put my blood, sweat, and tears. It's personal for me. When I'm on those live calls, when I'm teaching those students, I want you to change. I want you to change the world. That's what we're doing here. And so that's when you transform. And it really is like going from, that caterpillar into a butterfly. Like, I want you to make change. I know you're probably not going to do it on your own. So I'm going to get you across that goal line, kicking and screaming, and I'm going to watch it happen right in front of our eyes. And so that's what London Real is about these days. First touch point, you get enlightened. New point of view. You start thinking. You talk to your friends about it. Okay, that's cool. Next stage, empowerment. You take some action. You can do all that on your own. You don't need our academy. You can do your morning routine. You can start moving. You can think differently. You can turn off the news. You can turn off, all that mainstream media. You can start working on your relationships. You can start taking extreme ownership. But then you might need help transforming. Then you come to us, and that's where the academy is going to come in. And my goal for the next 5 years is to graduate 100,000 members from our academy. And that is the plan. And so we've got some work to do, but we're going to do it. And that means really change people's lives. Because you're going to go on and you're going to affect probably millions of people, Roger. And hopefully you'll do it better through what we've helped you with. And then hopefully with even our further mentoring, you can do it as well. So that's where I see London Real in the next 100 years. Those 3 pillars of what we're doing here. And I just want to take them all to the next level. and I don't know where we're going. We're going to release 20 documentary films in the next 5 years. Like I said, we're going to graduate 100,000 members from the London Reel Academy. We're going to continue to broadcast conversations like this. This is no longer a podcast. It stopped being a podcast a long time ago. And I don't know where else we're going, but I'm going to do things that feel right with the right people. I constantly, we constantly do projects with the right people. You were chosen today because you're the right person. You weren't hired. You didn't apply. I chose Dorian Yates to be our first documentary film. We chose Ido Portal. These are people that have good energy. We don't exchange money with these people. They say, yes, Brian, let's do this. And I think that says a lot about us, especially our last documentary with Ido Portal. I mean, this is a notoriously private guy. Look for footage of Ido training in one of his facilities online. Guess what? You're not going to find it, because the only place it exists is in our movie, because he doesn't trust anyone. And so he opened up his heart, he opened up his studio, we opened up his life for us, because we built a relationship over 3 years of publishing his message, of keeping it by the books, of not doing any nonsense. And I really think that says a lot. And I had a lot of pressure putting this movie together. Ido brought his family to London. He had everyone there. He hadn't seen the movie yet. I mean, and this is his brand, this is his life, and he trusted us with his message. It meant so much to me and my director, Luis, and our entire team here at London Reel. And after the show, I looked at Ido, and Ido is from Israel. And I don't know if you know people from Israel, but they are brutally frank.
Sure.
They will tell you if you smell bad. They will tell you if something's not good. And he actually had some criticism for the Dorian movie. He was like, yeah, Brian, it was good, but it could have been better. And I respect that about Ido. And afterwards, everyone was waiting. What are you going to say, Ido? What are you going to say? And it was the next day at the moving experience, because we did a 2-day moving experience. We were at lunch, and he looked at me and Luis, and he said, what are we doing next?
Wow.
And I never expected him to say that. And that was a special moment for us. So, I don't know where we're going, but we're going wherever we want and whatever feels right. And that's the future. So it's kind of known, but it's kind of unknown. And I'm so excited. I've never been at a better point in my life than now. And I'm super grateful for that. I never take that for granted. And I know it could end, or it could change, or I could have hard times. And I know that will come, but I feel great, and I'm grateful, and I want to capture this moment. I want to be thankful to all the people that made it happen, and I want to honor it, and I want to double down on it, and just create more things and greater things and change more people's lives.
Well, as you know, I, from the beginning, have got my inspiration from the show. It's the reason that I wanted to start a podcast in the first place. I stumbled upon an email that you had sent about the course, and just very grateful that it all came to be. But
Me too. And I mean, just as a little bit of context, the Broadcast Yourself course, people have been asking me for years to teach people how to create your own course. And of course, for me, the business model of London Reel is a whole nother story, but I just stumbled on it a few years ago because this was never a business. And I remember, I know a lot of entrepreneurs, and even years ago, they'd say, Brian, what's your business model? I'm like, this isn't a business. This is Brian expressing himself. This is Brian having therapy sessions, probably on camera, walking through his own insecurities and problems, getting over his own anxieties, but it was never a business. And so people said, why don't you teach us how to broadcast? And I was always too busy. And we had our Business Accelerator course, which is our most popular course ever. And I'm so proud of what we've done, but it took a while to get around to broadcast yourself. So that happened 3 months ago. You were one of the charter members, and you were on my team. And so I still remember our first live call. We do a live one-on-one call, and we get on Facebook Live, and boom, I'm there. You're there. Roger Brooks, suit and tie, and behind you is the studio of American Reel. And it's legit, beautiful looking studio with lighting that looks like inspired by ours. And you're like, Brian, I'm so excited to meet you. And I was like, Jesus, Roger, I'm excited to meet you. And you were so pumped up and so excited. And I was like, wow, you've done some serious work. And you inspired me, to be honest. And so honestly, I get inspired by my students and by people involved in London Reel all the time. And you blew me away. And not only that, you went all in on the course as well, even though you were already broadcasting and you knew what you were doing. And you went all in anyways. So first of all, I just want to thank you for that. You're one of the shining lights of the course. You help other students. And that's the other thing I do. I watch how people behave. And when I'm impressed by their behavior, I like to invest more in them. And so that's kind of what's going on here. And so it was a no-brainer when it was time to figure out who was going to do this, was you. And so yeah, that's some of the
Thank you.
backstory. So,
Now, do you remember what you said to me? I recall we were on the Facebook Live call, and the studio was behind me, and I said, Brian, I apologize, but I copied your set a little bit. I hope you don't mind. Do you remember what you said?
I probably said what? I probably said, good artist copy, great artist steal.
That's right.
Okay. I think Picasso said that.
Yeah.
I'm a firm believer of that, you know?
Well, all work is created from something that was already there, right? We just improve it.
Yeah.
And
everything is a meme, you know? And so you should never get precious about your intellectual property in that sense.
And that's what I respect about you. That really helped me get to the next level. When I first emailed, I'd sent an email to the general email, and Julian responded, and he said, by all means, use the name. I said, how do I get the rights to the real brand? He says, you have the rights. I mean, that says a lot. I knew then that this was different.
You know, I went on the Joe Rogan Experience, you know, so that was about a year and a few months into doing London Real. And it was honestly a dream come true. I don't know if it's the same as how you feel being here. I don't know if it's at that level, probably not that level, but still for me, it was inspired by Joe. And I went there and even in that 1 year and 3 months, you know, the old greedy banker, Brian Rose, knew his character was transforming. And I said on Joe, it was probably the only intelligent thing I said on that show, because I don't think we did a great job. But at the end, I said, Joe, this has changed my life. I'm a better person. And if anyone out there is listening and you want to change your life by broadcasting and you want to start your own reel in your own city, then go ahead and do it. And on the back of that, you know, we had New York Reel and Vancouver Reel and all these other reels. There's probably been 30 or 40 or 50 that have started. Not many have kept going. That's why I have respect to you. Vancouver Reel just celebrated their 100th episode. Awesome. They were here for that. Love those guys. Respect to those guys. Great work. And there's a bunch of others, definitely. But, you know, a year after that, people said, Brian, what's your franchise model? You can charge people for the name. You can sell them, blah, blah, blah. But that's not what new media is all about. Mm-hmm. This is the new media age. We don't play the old reindeer games that old media plays. That means you BBC and you New York Times and you Fox News and all this bullshit where you say, we're copyrighted. You can't take that. You can't use that. Well, I don't believe in that. Yeah. And so this is the age of collaboration. This is the age of having people on, of encouraging them. There's no competition in this space. You know, go back to what we teach in the Business Accelerator, 1,000 true fans. Find your micro niche. Find those people that want more of you and give them more. You could take another American from San Diego who went to MIT and went to Wall Street and put him in London, and he would never create anything like London Real. So why am I worried about that? I love competition. Helps me step up my game. You brought coffee cups today. So now Julian is busy right now stepping up our coffee cup game. So we welcome that. And so, yeah, all I say is put out a show with good energy, and I have no problem endorsing you with the real name. That's what I say. And so, you know, as soon as we saw what you were doing, again, I had a little issue with you taking the entire country, Roger, but I can't deny that you're doing great things. And so, yeah, for us, it's not about the franchise. I would just rather people be putting great content out there, and I want to empower that at all times. And you've seen what people have done in this course and how it's transformed them. Yeah. That's what's amazing to me. I knew this course was going to be great. I knew it was going to be big. Some people did great things. Some people ranked on iTunes right away, new and noteworthy, number 11 in the financial department of one of the podcasts. That's great. But also the transformation of themselves, having conversations with real humans. People were like, wow, I love this, Brian. And I know you've experienced something different. Your life has changed in the last 3 or 4 months since you've been broadcasting hardcore on American Real.
It has changed completely.
Can you describe that to people?
The best way I could describe it is I feel myself for the first time. I've always enjoyed my work. I've always given it my all. I respect my superiors, but I never felt like it was my own. So for the first time, being able to, from inception to publishing, put a piece of content out to the world, which, by the way, you helped me get it out sooner than I would have, because we're perfectionists and we want to, wait till everything's perfect. But for the first time, I could say I'm proud of what I do. I love what I do. And this course helped me get there. I wouldn't have been able to do it alone. Maybe at a smaller level, but not to the level where I feel I am today.
Well, you're kind of in this family and community of broadcasters now. And then you can see the ethos behind the scenes that creates London Real. And so it's probably some things I say on those live calls where it's just like, maybe the copy steal thing. Maybe we publish every week no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
You have to publish. Perfection is paralysis. All these little things that we say that I think, helps you just move along a bit faster. But you're feeling what I felt and what I continue to feel with London Real is that you're doing something great for the world. You own it and it feels great.
Yeah.
You're making people happy. You're telling great stories. And I'm telling you, the knock-on effects of putting out good energy in the world, you will get a 10x return.
Yeah.
And I can't explain this with my degree from MIT. I can explain conservation of momentum. I can explain E equals MC squared, but I cannot explain, Roger, how when you put out good energy and vibrations in the world and help other humans, that it comes back to you tenfold. And yet, as an engineer, I can observe it in the laboratory. When I'm publishing content, when I create London Real, when I post episodes for free, not asking for anything in return, my relationships get better, my health gets better, my diet gets better, my life gets better, business opportunities come my way, documentary movies come my way, amazing team members come here and work with us. So as a scientist, I cannot deny these changes. So there's something going on here. And I think as humans, we don't understand everything that goes around us.
Yeah.
And so there's something here. That's why I believe everyone should broadcast in some capacity. And if you can start, do it. And of course, you've gone all in, Roger. And I've got a funny feeling that's what you normally do. And so,
that's right.
Again, I love what you're doing. I can't wait to see where you're going to be in 6 months or a year.
Thank you. So one question I had for you that I'm experiencing now, and that is, and I didn't really think about that this would even happen, but I'm seeing an amazing response and shift from the guest. Like I knew I wanted to put out good content to enlighten people. That was my initial thought as well. But I'm receiving a response from the guest that is just incredible. It's uplifting them. 9 out of 10 of them have said, this is the best interview I've ever had. I mean, is that the same for you?
Yeah, and I saw you post. I know you had that musician, and she
Mhm.
came in, and she wrote
Yes.
back, and thank you so much.
Yes.
Greenberg. I got a phone call when I was in Bulgaria, and it was the day we released our episode with Chris Eubank, right? And Chris Eubank, famous world-class boxer, also slightly misunderstood and misrepresented in the press as a bit of a weirdo and that kind of thing. We put this episode about him out, and it was this beautiful piece getting into his and Luis did some beautiful montages for us. And he called us up, and I was like in Bulgaria. I was traveling to go see Mariana's parents, and I said hello. And he said, Brian, I saw the episode. It's absolutely amazing. I mean, this is a hardcore boxer, right? And I said, thank you, Chris. Really appreciate it. I was about to hang up, and he said, no, Brian. He said, no one's ever done something like this for me. He said, I've been doing media for years, but this is different, and I really appreciate it. And I was, this is Chris Eubank.
Yeah.
Come on, he doesn't have to say that to me. And so I know exactly what you mean, because these people haven't really had a piece like this done about them, done with so much care, where you really care about how they're represented to the world. And that's what I always felt when you come on London Real, whether I like you or dislike you, whether you come in here and are mean to me or not, it's my job to represent the best version of you to the world.
Yeah.
And I feel a seriously personal responsibility to where I get, my ulcers in my stomach unless I can do a very, very good job. I feel like I owe it to you. Yeah. And I just don't think people have that experience with media, point blank. Yeah. I think they go to a mainstream outlet, they get what they want, they spin what they want, they stick a title that gets clicks, and then the musician or the baseball player or the senator says, well, that's not actually what I said, and okay, thanks, but Whereas when they see something you put out, it's a piece of long form content that really embodies who they are. It's been done with love and care, and they really appreciate it. And I'll say one more thing. That long conversation you have with them is like a therapy session. And probably no one has really cared enough and had that type of conversation with them in a long, long time. And I'll say one more thing. When the cameras are on and the microphones are on, it's like a conversation on steroids.
Right.
Like I could have my best buddy in here, and one of my best friends is coming from New York City next week. We used to, rage Wall Street together, and we're going to have dinner. but it's not going to be the same conversation as if he was in that chair.
Right.
Because when he's in that chair, I can say, Dev, what was the worst moment of your life? And he's going to answer me.
Mm-hmm.
When I ask him that at dinner, he's going to say, come on, Brian, can we have another drink?
Right.
And so there's something special that happens in these chairs when you turn the lights on, and you can have real conversations, and everyone knows it's you're playing for keeps, and it's something special. And I'm telling you, Roger, you're going to feel this too. After doing this for a while, you don't want to have conversations except when they're on air,
right?
Because that's when you have real human connection, and that's when you can get the good stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, when guys want to hang out at the pub and watch the game, you're like, what are we doing here, guys? This is not a connection. This is a wasting time.
Yeah.
So it's an occupational hazard.
Right. Right.
So, but just to finish, I'm not surprised you're getting that feedback from the guests. And that's a good sign you're doing something right. And it's a great way to build long-term relationships. A good friend of mine says, I don't invest in businesses, I invest in people. And that's what we're doing at London Real. I've invested in 400 people over the last 6 years. These are long-term investments. We spend a lot of time and money investing in these people. And that's because we believe they're worth investing in. Everyone that comes on London Real, I believe they're worth an investment. That's 7 days of our bandwidth here, our promotion. That's all of our time. That's of our effort. That's of our energy. And that's just like an investment in a company. What's that worth? Is it worth $10,000? Is it worth $100,000? Is it priceless? Right. I don't know, but we're investing, and you can see things come back on that. Guests come back to town. Steve Maxwell, every year he comes to London Real. At the end of the episode, we book his slot in for the next year. I kid you not.
Wow.
September 9th, we'll see you September 10th. That's a Friday. I'll see you then, 4:00. He's come back 4 years in a row.
Fantastic.
And so same kind of relationship with Dorian Yates, Ido Portal, Dan Pena, all of these other people. And so
great relationships are built.
And that's what life is all about.
Yeah.
They say your net worth is your network. And if net worth is important, and I think it is, in order to have the capital to spread your message, then it really is your network. So invest in people.
Yeah.
That's and put your time into them. That's how you raise your kids.
That's right.
You put your time in there. So I'm not surprised you're getting that reaction.
Thanks. So you talked earlier about the art of listening.
Yeah.
I call it the power of listening. And I remember when I was a teenager in particular, played a lot of baseball, and my father always told me, he said, you're a good listener. He said, and that's a good trait. You need to continue to be a good listener the rest of your life. I've noticed you are a great listener. Even when we're on our live calls, if people are talking to you, you're listening. A lot of people don't listen today. I go to these corporate meetings, there's people on their phones. There's people, it's so distracting. There's no respect. And if you're sitting in front of the client, what are you going to do? You can't say anything. How did you develop the skill of being a great listener?
It's a great question. Thank you for that comment. Big pet peeve of mine is mobile phones out. I won't tolerate it with anybody, really. I just won't tolerate it. It's super disrespectful, in my opinion. You might as well be having a conversation with someone else in front of me, because that's what you're doing. And so, I think that if someone's in the room with you, then they should get all of your attention and be focused on your attention. So, listening is a crucial component of doing what we do. I need to listen to the guest. I would argue sometimes I've been on the opposite side of that. I've faulted too much of the listening. For the first 2 years of London Real, I didn't even say much about me. I think I was shy. I wanted it to be about the guest. When the guest is here, I want to represent the best version of that guest to the world. And by that, I don't mean the most rosy version. I want to ask them hard questions. I want them to confess about mistakes they made. But in my opinion, that's the best version of them to the world. I want to ask them a hard question and see them answer it with panache. That's what I want to do. And so I think listening is really important for that. On the courses, I'm trying to get in someone's head to find out where they are in their journey of resistance. And so I can kind of break them through that piece of resistance. As far as myself with listening, I don't know. I think for me, teachers have always been really important for me. So when I go to learn something from a teacher, I never bring my own baggage. I never project my own ego. When I go into a martial arts studio, when I go to Dan Pena's castle, I shut the F up. And I don't project my ego. I don't project anything, because I'm there to get as much information as I can, and I'm there to respect them. My martial arts teachers in the past, I would pay them for the services, but that was incidental. I would pay them with my attention and my work and my ethic, because that's how I think you repay a martial arts instructor or some other mentor. You pay them with execution, respect, attention, and listening. And money might come later, but that's an incidental. So I don't know where it comes from, but I think it's really, really important to do that listening. On the same point, some people just listen. And so I think for people like you and me, we have to get out of our comfort zones and make sure that we assimilate our mission and talk about it. And that's what's super important. And that's what I'm going to want to see you do in the next year, to be able to reiterate that mission of American Real. Because if you don't talk about it constantly, people won't get it. And one of my affirmations every single morning is, we are constantly telling our story over and over again. And that's one thing we always try to do here at London Real. We try to tell where we came from, where we're going, and we want to just continually remind people what we're about, because I think it's important to do that as well as listening. So that's my point to you. And it's a reminder to myself that I can't always sit there and listen, because then we're just a collection of conversations. London Real needs to stand for something. It needs to stand for change. It needs to give people more than the enlightenment, it gives them the empowerment by example from me and by our students. And then it needs to transform them through actual hard work in the field, through really down in the trenches, like we do it on our courses, live calls, getting in people's faces, calling them out, the stuff that's uncomfortable. That's how we teach, in a real raw format, as you know. And that's how we get results, big 10x results. You also alienate some people, but that's how we think we're going to make some big change. So.
Right. And you had talked about earlier the independent media, which were in that business. And you also touched on global consciousness. Can you expand on that? I mean, I know what you mean when you say that, but I don't know if the average listener really understands what that means.
Let me explain. So global consciousness is a very, what is the right word? Crunchy, maybe hippie, airy-fairy term, right? Global consciousness. If you had told Brian, the banker, the phrase global consciousness, he would have, probably smacked you in the face, double leg takedown, choke you out, and then throw a couple $100 bills on your face and pop a bottle of Cristal. It's probably what he would have done. But once I started broadcasting and started interviewing people and listening to people, really listening to people, I started, I think, having empathy with other humans, get inside their head, see their perspective. It's not how you think everything is. Maybe there's things out there that are not how you think they are. And I think doing that over and over again allowed me to just open up and see humans for what we really are. And the more people I speak to that are at a really advanced level of consciousness, and I'm talking about people like Dorian Yates and people like Ido Portal, and even grumpy, old, nasty $50 billion men like Dan Pena, they really are saying the same thing, as in, we don't have much time here on this earth. We need to honor our life and our consciousness by doing big things, that we have to look out for each other. We really are all one in some way. And it sounds crazy. And from an individual capitalistic kid that was raised in California, telling me that I'm responsible for some, 7-year-old girl in Indonesia or for some kid in Rwanda, I would be like, what are you talking about? But the more I get inside people's heads and realize what makes us happy as humans, what connects us, I realize that we all have some type of consciousness that's together. And so I believe that what I'm doing here, I know that what I'm doing here is affecting that. And I actually started meditating before I left the city. I started doing something called transcendental meditation. Now, you can do whatever meditation you like. I started with TM. I don't do it anymore, but it's a practice that makes you meditate 20 minutes twice a day. There are some very famous people that do it. I think the Maharaja is the one that did it. And so that put that practice into place. And that was one of the things that helped me leave the city. And they have something called the Maharaja effect. And they reckon that if 1% of the world's population meditated, that it would change the human race. Because when you walked into a city and 1% of the people were meditating, everyone would feel a certain amount of ease, and then they would be at ease, and then they would treat people well, and other people would treat other people well, and it would have this knock-on effect. And I think we're doing the same thing here at London Real, because we're opening up these conversations, these stories of people who who are doing good work in the world, who have failed at life, gone through hard times, persevered, have come back and are contributing ideas. You might not agree with all of them. They might be wrong, whatever that means, but they are doing their best to take humanity to the next level. And I think every single one of those conversations that we broadcast that gets consumed changes that global consciousness. And I think we just need that 1% effect.
Right.
Call it the London Real effect. And we can really change the world. And I know that term sounds silly. And we use that term in my voiceover in the Ido Portal movie. And I was laughing with our director, Luis, about it. And at the very end, I said, I know how we can change the world. And it starts by moving our own bodies. And it's just one of the many tenets of London Real, moving your body. That's one of the main things we talk about on the show. By doing that, you get in touch with your own consciousness. You show people that we all are the same. We have these bodies. And so I feel like every single thing we do here and that we broadcast changes the consciousness potentially of the world. And we're doing it one guest at a time, one listener at a time, one viewer at a time. But we only have to get to like 1%. We're actually not far off, right? Because that's 70 million people. We've got about 50 million views. So we're not far off from getting that 1% effect. Now, that's to the Enlightenment. Now I got to get these people to be empowered. That's going to take maybe another 20 or 30 years. And then we got to get them to transform. And that might take 100 years. Right. But that's okay. It's going to keep going on after I die. And this will just keep progressing forward and be continuing to build. And other people will pick up the torch and do what they can to bring global consciousness forward, like you, because it's in your own interest, because it feels good. You know when you're doing something right as a human. You know when you're doing something wrong. When you're banking the cash in the city and you're driving in the Lambos and you're drinking yourself to death alone in a 2,000 square foot apartment with no furniture, you know you're doing something wrong. Right. When you get hugs from guests at the end of a show, and I want my hug at the end of this show, and fighters, killers like Nigel Benn are crying for 2 minutes at 2.5 hours into the show, and people are writing me saying, Brian, you changed my life. And people are going through our academy courses and getting London Real tattoos on their bodies. I think we're doing something right. And you don't need a rocket scientist to tell you that. You don't need an IPO. You don't need me banging on the NASDAQ exchange for me to say I'm doing something right. It feels right. So you're going to keep doing it. I'm going to keep doing it. And hopefully anybody who picks up that torch of independent media is going to keep doing it. And maybe it doesn't mean broadcasting. Maybe it just means helping someone out. Maybe it means lend a helping hand to someone who's not a blood relative. Maybe it means, giving someone a hug. Maybe it means, I don't know, just trying to be more conscious, more human, more understanding, more forgiving. That's what we're doing here. And that's what I think I mean by global consciousness. So I've gone completely the other way.
That's wonderful. It's wonderful because the folks I associate with, and I've had to elevate my peer group almost, say 5 to 10 years, are all on the same wavelength. I tend to find people wherever I go that are on the same wavelength. And I don't think it's a coincidence.
Yeah.
Something major is happening. There's a major shift happening in the world for the good.
A huge shift. And again, I've said this before, 2011, London Real was created. It could not have happened 5 years earlier. YouTube didn't exist. 5 years later, the space would have been very crowded. It would have been this. Mm-hmm. My memes would have been affected by other people's memes. It happened at the right place at the right time. This is the birth of new media. When I started, iTunes had probably 20,000 podcasts. Now it's got millions. Right. This is the time to do it. And it's never too late. It's not too late to start podcasting. It's not too late to start broadcasting. People think, oh, it's already too late. Everyone and their mother's got a podcast. Not true. Come on one of my courses. We'll show you how we do it. We create quality content that is evergreen. People want to watch it and view it for 100 years. I truly believe the content we create here on London Real is going to be watched 100 years, 1,000 years from now. Deep in my soul, I know that's true. Yeah. People will be watching that Ido Portal documentary 1,000 years from now. Yeah. And that's a beautiful thing. And so, yeah, that's very true what you said. And I always go back to that quote by Eleanor Roosevelt, and I think I'm going to absolutely ruin it. But she said there's 3 types of people. Some people talk about things. Some people talk about people, and other people talk about ideas. These days, with the things that I'm doing in my life and with broadcasting and everything, I only hang out with that last category. And this is a great test for anyone that's listening, or if you find, let's think about those top 10 friends you have. And if you don't know who your top 10 friends are, Look at your phone. Who are the people you allow into your life via, say, text messages or Facebook messages? What are the last 10 people? Those are probably the people you spend the most time with. What are the conversations you have with them? Do you talk about the football game? Do you talk about Trump? Do you talk about money? Do you talk about this stuff? Okay. Do you talk about other people, your friends or this, or again, people in the news or this or that actress? Or do you talk about ideas, movement, transformational things, goals in life, higher evolutions? That's where you're at in this world. And I like being on the top end of that spectrum. And I only hang out with people like that. Whenever I'm with someone that starts talking about dumb shit, I just politely excuse myself. Whenever I'm in the thing that starts talking about someone else, I just politely move on. I feel like I don't have enough time on this world. I want to talk about big things like we talk about right now. And those are the people I hang out with. So yeah, again, it's a great way to test yourself and try actually talking about ideas. You'll find you feel good as well because you're not talking about kind of things that don't matter. And that's why I don't like the mainstream media. If you look at even the New York Times, which I think is one of the better versions of the mainstream media, the front page is all there to scare you and get you involved in things that don't have anything to do with you. You know, the hurricanes hit and I feel for the people there, but I'm not going to use your tragedy to entertain myself today. I'm better than that. I'm not going to use Trump's latest stupid, idiotic comment to entertain myself. I need to focus on my knitting, which means let me focus on London Real, my students, our media, my family, my friends. So yeah, that's what I'm concerned with.
You talked about meditation. You also mentioned affirmations. Would love to have a little bit of insight into Brian Rose and some of the things you do on a daily basis to prepare for your day. You're a busy guy. I see it. I've spent a lot of time, on the peripheral with you the last couple of months. You're busy, and you have a family and the staff. How are you preparing mentally each and every day?
Great question. And I was just thinking my life has changed so much, in the last 6 or 7 years. Back when I was, a city broker, I didn't have a routine. My routine was to wake up in the morning and say, not again. Really? Wow. And then I would roll out of bed. I would try to avoid wearing a suit because I was so sick of it. I actually dress much better now than I used to in the city. That makes no sense, does it? I would drag myself to work. I would maybe get to the gym and then I would start drinking at night because I didn't want to be who I was. And that was my only escape, really. And that's the only way I knew to get out of that world for a little while to give me some peace. And I would rinse and repeat over and over again. That was my old routine. Not so good. I ended up getting into martial arts practice and I can train and I had some good parts of that, but I didn't really have a morning routine. My current routine is an aggregation of the very best that have sat in this chair. And I realized this about a year, and that's when we created our Life Accelerator course. And those are the 18 high performance habits of the best guests that have ever sat in this chair. And I had adopted them into my life and I didn't even know it. Dressing for Success, Dan Pena. Daily movement, Ido Portal. Extreme ownership, Jocko Willink. Meditation, lots of my guests. And relationships, Esther Perel. All these things, I was doing exactly that. Getting Things Done, David Allen, the book. It goes on and on and on. And so now I have this, I think I listed them for you, my daily routine. And it seems like a lot of things. Yeah. But for me, every day, I need to be a high performance person. Every day. There's no Fridays off here. There's not even Saturday where I can afford to waste a few hours. There just isn't enough time. I need to be on. I need to be expanding. I need to be investing. To the outside world, London Real seems like a juggernaut. And some people said even in the early days, I don't know how you do it. First of all, I love to make it look easy. You'll never hear me complain about how hard we work around here because, in my opinion, a professional makes it look easy. An amateur makes it look hard. Or an amateur tells you how hard they're working and how hard their life is. A professional, like Conor McGregor, knocks the guy out in the first round. He doesn't tell you how hard he trains or the fact that he had a staph infection and he was actually sick and his left finger was broken. He knocks him out. And when he has a loss, he takes it. That's a professional. And that's the way we try to act around here. But in order to put out the volume that we do, everything is hardcore. And the team is the same way as well. We have a stand-up morning meeting every morning. We all do movement practice every day. We all have a maker mode where we lock in. We have deadlines. We take everything very seriously around here. Guests get the red carpet treatment. Everything is by the book. We have amazing people working on new product, working on films. And so all that's happening. So I feel like I need to be on every day. Now, in the early days, it was just Brian in the studio, right? I was tinkering away. I was editing every episode. I was creating every trailer. I was booking every guest. I was doing the logo on Facebook. I mean, I was doing everything. And I think that was good because now I know how it all works. I know how hard it is. I also know when it can be done better. And sometimes I remind everybody here that I used to do it better and we need to up our game. And so I've found all of these routines that I do now. And so in the morning, first of all, I got to get my sleep. Sleep is crucial. And I've never met anyone that slacks on sleep. Okay, actually, Jocko says he doesn't sleep that much, and maybe Jocko can get away with it. But everyone else I've ever interviewed has their sleep. Even Dan Pena gets his sleep. And I try to get my 7 or maybe even 8 hours. That's crucial. Luckily, I have the most wonderful woman in the world named Mariana, who raises our 2 sons and keeps them from waking me up at nights.
Wow.
She is the one that jumps on the grenade, and she is old school. She is, Eastern Bloc Bulgarian, and in Bulgaria, there is no complaining. It's against the law. And so she doesn't complain. And when those boys are born, she's like, I got this. And so she has been the one that's probably kept London Real performing so high in the last 16 months, because my boy Caden is a bandit, right? And my new boy Damon, they're on. And so she really makes sure I get that sleep, and she handles everything at home. And I'll get back to her later. She also supports me 100% on London Real and always has, even when it wasn't a business, even when it was driving me crazy. She was always supportive. So, and again, starts with sleep. After that, I wake up, meditation. I'm disciplined about it. I wake up, brush my teeth, back in bed, 20 minutes of meditation every single morning without fail. Because when Brian doesn't meditate, Brian goes back to the old Brian. Brian gets cynical. Brian gets self-destructive. Brian gets mean and not nice to people and not thinking of the bigger picture. I don't like that guy. Nobody likes that guy. And guess what? Every day I pay my insurance premium so Brian doesn't come back. Meditation is one of those payments.
Can you talk a little bit about what you do with your meditation?
Yeah. So again, I was raised on TM, which means quite simply 20 minutes twice a day. You can have a mantra, which is a single word that you repeat to yourself to get yourself in the zone. I've been doing it now for 7 years, so I'm pretty good. So I close my eyes. I actually have these soundproof headphones that I put on, like the guys that jackhammer the streets with. Right. You can get them on Amazon. I think I have them in our Life Accelerator course. I have links, and I put some shades over my eyes, so I just totally in my own zone. I use a mantra if I have to, but I don't really. And I just go deep and I go into no thought. I try to quiet that monkey mind. Again, phone is on airplane mode. So I'm a big believer of that. That way, my subconscious isn't even thinking there might be an email there. Now, maybe I should keep it out of my room, but I'm okay. Airplane mode. So I wake up in the morning. I don't have media for the first hour of my day. I wake up, I get in, and again, that's what I do. 20 minutes. It's like paying the bills. Sometimes I can go longer. If I have time on the weekend, I go longer. I don't do an evening course. I probably should, but I don't miss my meditation ever. Even when Mariana was going into labor to deliver Damon, I meditated before we went to the hospital. I shouldn't say that. Baby, I'm sorry. And her mom was in town, right? And she's old school Bulgarian. And apparently in Bulgaria, they put you in the hospital even 3 days before you go into labor. And so for her mom, it was inconceivable that we were going to take a taxi to the hospital. And so it was like 7 a.m. and she's downstairs and I'm upstairs meditating. And Mariana is like about to go to the hospital. And grandma is down there going, what is he doing upstairs? So yeah, I still meditated even before then. So sorry, baby. But that was just, again, that practice that I did. So again, super important to just get that out of the way. I think it's very important to daily meditate. However you do it is great, but get your time in. Just try to go to zero thought. Don't beat yourself up about it. If you start thinking about that person at work that's bothering you, or the girlfriend, or you got to go shopping, it's, again, meditating 20 minutes is the goal, not to go quiet, not to become the Buddha, not to have a revelation of your purpose in the world. It's just to quiet the mind. So just do it. If you do it for 2 weeks in a row, 2 months in a row, 2 years in a row, your life will transform. Your life will transform. All high performance people have some type of meditation or mindfulness routine.
And what about the affirmations?
So boom, affirmations. Dan Pena, the $50 billion man, when I was up there at the castle, it's like he said that I do affirmations. And I thought, here's this guy who yells a lot and wears a 3-piece suit and has a castle and he's doing affirmations, which is something I thought a bunch of crunchy people in Berkeley would do. And my sister lives in San Francisco, so nothing against the beautiful people in Berkeley, but it seems like a very hippie thing to look in the mirror and say, I love Brian and all that stuff. But I was like, Dan Pena's doing it. There must be some science or some engineering here. And Dan said, I have 17 affirmations, one for every goal in my life and one for every member of the family, and then a couple others. And he said, I do them every morning and every night. And for me, that was a light bulb moment. When I came back, I wrote them all down, and I have them all on my iPhone now. And I took it to the next level. So every morning as I walk from my house to the tube, I say them out loud. And when someone walks by me, I try to say them louder. And now I've got builders that think I'm probably funny, and old ladies, and I say them right when people go by me, and I say, and I just bold out these huge, bold affirmations, London Real is doing this. We are transforming people's lives. We have 100,000 members in our academy. I am saying my future goals as if they are certain right now. We're the greatest new media and transformation company in the world. We are excited about our 100,000 graduates of our London Real Academy. We are, all of these things as if they are true, and I say that out loud, and I'm telling you, even when I say them, I feel better. It empowers me, and I believe it's a huge game changer. And I think if you're not doing your affirmations every day, start doing them now. Don't think about it. Do them now and say them out loud every day.
And I've been doing them for about a year now, and it's really changed my life. But for people that really don't know what they are, can you just give a quick overview?
So again, just that brief as well. So say you have goals. First of all, if you haven't written down your 1-year goals or even your 30-day goals or your 5-year goals, I think you're also doing yourself a disservice. So, take some time right now, pause the video or whatever, and just pull out a sheet and write them down. Maybe in 4 categories, like, relationships, health, wealth, and maybe just general happiness, and just write what 30-day goal and a 5-year goal. What do you aspire to? Where are you going? That way you don't get into this routine like I used to have in the banking world, where one goal was increase my net worth, and that's all I had, and I had nothing else greater. So put those in, and then you wake up in the morning, do your affirmations as if they already happened. I am excited to be 70 kilos and have an 8-pack washboard ab that looks in the mirror and laughs every day and takes 400 Instagram photos. I am so proud to be happily married and have a 5-member family that are crushing it every day. You might be single. I'm excited to be the CEO of $1 million business. You might be a solopreneur that just started. All of those things you say as if they are true today. You basically trick your brain into believing they are true, and then you act as if during the day. And so when someone asks you, would you like to have a meeting to talk about this JV partnership? You don't think, oh my gosh, I'm not ready for that. You think, I'm the CEO of $1 million company. Of course, let's do that now. And it affects the way you behave. It really does. The brain is a pliable instrument. People don't realize this. The brain is this crazy, pliable instrument that goes wherever it's taken, and you can program it literally every single day. And if you don't, someone else will program it for you, AKA mainstream media, society, watching people and doing what they do, even though you think you're living your life independently. Your life is being lived for you unless you take active work against it. So that's why you have to do your affirmations every day. And if you do them every day, I didn't love the movie The Secret because I think it's a little bit too much the other way. I don't believe you can just think of things and wish them in your life. But I think if you do your affirmations every day, things come to you. They really do. And I credit the birth of my son, Caden, and the birth of my son, Damon, to an affirmation. Because I'm telling you, if I hadn't have every day said, I am excited and proud of our very first child that Mariana and I have and our beautiful family that we have together. I said this through horrible miscarriages, through years of us potentially giving up. And I always say, it was hard on Mariana, hard on me. And I'm telling you, every morning I said, I am proud of our family. And I'm telling you, I think that helped when I would see that look in her eye where she's thinking, are we going to stop trying? But in my mind, what are you talking about? We have the family. We have the family. We're just going to make it bigger and make it better. And so I believe things like that empower you, and they open you up to possibilities, and they keep you positive when things are hard. So big fan of affirmations. Get them down, say them every day, say them out loud. And I have people do this in our Life Accelerator. In our last class, people walked around in the public and filmed themselves and said them out loud and posted them. And it was amazing. There was a woman that was so shy walking around the Tower of London, screaming out her affirmations. I am a strong, powerful woman who knows who she is and will not take anything from anyone else. Bam!
Awesome.
If you say them, and I told her, why wouldn't you say something that's true out loud? 2 + 2 = 4. Why wouldn't you say that? then why wouldn't you say, London Real is the greatest new media and transformation company in the world. I am proud to have 1 billion views. I am proud to have affected the lives of 100,000 people through London Real Academy. I am this person. Why wouldn't I say it out loud if it's true? So that's why I love people when they say it out loud. Yeah. It also gets you over social constructs and all these other things that hold us back in the world. So big fan of affirmations.
You mentioned the movie Secret. Earl Nightingale recorded something called The Strangest Secret back in I believe the late 50s. And I'm not sure if you're familiar with that.
No.
But basically what he was saying is that your thoughts trigger action. Mm. So the same thing. And he did an experiment, and I've been listening to this now for about 5 years, and it really works. It really works. This may sound crazy, but I knew I was going to be sitting here today. And I'm not saying that in an arrogant way. When I started the course, as I mentioned earlier, I treated this like a second full-time job. I have my day job. I work for a great company called Zipline Payments, and I work really hard at that. And we're trying to make, big progress in the industry. But this was my second full-time job, working for you and the other leaders within the course. But I said to myself, for the first time in my life, I'm not going to settle for anything less. I want to be there. So again, it's just reassurance that when you put your mind to something and really believe it and say it out loud, and don't be afraid, don't be ashamed. I'm living proof. And I thank you for that.
You're welcome. Our very first documentary film with Dorian Yates, 6-time Mr. Olympia, incredible human being, incredible athlete, incredible life. The first sentence in that film says, everything begins with a thought. And that's what he said about his whole life. Everything begins with a thought. And he visualized himself as Mr. Olympia with nothing, less than nothing, in a council flat, with a home where his dad died, with nothing. And he visualized himself. Everything begins with a thought. I'm going to be Mr. Olympia. And that vision is going to get me out of this place. And that belief in that vision. And so I couldn't agree with you more. Everything begins with a thought, and then you nurture those thoughts, and you can bring anything into fruition. And so I'm glad to hear you say that. Yeah. I didn't know that, but it's obviously coming true.
You mentioned the miscarriage, Mariana. Not easy to go through. My wife and I, Sabrina, we know several people have gone through this. I've never experienced it myself, but would you mind just sharing a little bit about that? And again, how your positive attitude got you to where you are today?
Yeah, sure. So first of all, I'm speaking of Mariana. I say that. And we've been together, I think 8 years. I probably should know longer. That short film that we made just came up on Facebook, and I think it was 7 years, maybe 8 years ago. So we were together longer than that. And I met her when I was, selfish Brian, in the city, never going to get married, never going to have a family, right? Because that's ridiculous. That's what stupid people do. That's where I was. And I remember we celebrated New Year's Eve right here in Hoxton Square, which isn't far from here. And we went out that night and watched the fireworks. And I said, did you make a wish? And she said, yes. And I said, what was it? And she said, well, I can't tell you. I was like, come on, tell me. And she said, 2 boys and 1 girl. And I thought she looked across the park and saw 2 boys and 1 girl. I was like, what are you talking about? And she said, that's what I wished for us, that we would have 2 boys and 1 girl. And I was such backward Brian then that I laughed out loud. I couldn't even conceive of having a single child with anyone, let alone a pet, let alone any level of commitment or opening my heart up to any kind of human like that. But she said it because that was her vision. Yeah, talk about affirmations and visions. She had one, right. And I honestly thought it was comical, and I didn't think about it again. But that's where she was at the time. And as I progressed in life and I got more connected with who I was and broadcast London Real and did more and more of this stuff and, had my ayahuasca ceremonies, which just, in my opinion, is just a continued exploration of my consciousness and humanity and things like that, I made a decision to move in with her and her stepdaughter Gabriella, and adopted her. And we went into this home, and I started doing things like, what am I doing? This is crazy. This is not like the old Brian at all. And I was opening my heart up to people that could hurt me, and people hurt me in the past. And I got reminded, you can't trust humans. They're going to hurt you again, Brian, just like when you were 7 and just like when you were 17. And I let him in my life, and we got a cat. And I'm like, what's going on here? And finally, we decided to have a family, and I thought it was going to be, it would take me a week to get her pregnant because I'd never tried in my life, right? And so I thought it was going to be super easy, and we realized it wasn't. It was like going to take a lot of time, and it took time. It took years, and things went well, and then we had failures. We had a pretty bad miscarriage, actually, a few days before I went to Dan Pena's castle about 3 years ago. And to be honest, it was the perfect excuse not to go. Perfect excuse. Now, you want to talk about resistance? It's a term I use on all of our courses to people. When people don't want to do things, they say, I have resistance. I have something stopping me from doing this that's very important, right? And people always use that as a reason to quit. Yeah. And you can come in any form. Like, my computer isn't turning on. My father died. My legs got blown off in Afghanistan. Everyone's got a reason not to do something, right? Sometimes it's raining outside. But what this is resistance. It's you giving yourself a chance to cop out in life. And so I think I knew that even at the time. And even though I didn't want to go to that castle, and I thought it was going to be challenging, and I knew it was, and Mariana's having this issue and everything. And yet, I still went, even though that was happening. And we faced this hard time, and we just did it together. And I think we knew that we were just going to keep going and keep fighting. And so we just went back to the drawing board, and we went to go see the doctors, and we went, so what can we do now? And let's get some medication that thins the blood and doesn't have the clotting, and let's do this, and let's do this, and let's do this. And so, and she is an amazing woman. She supported me from the get-go when it comes to London Real. She never once questioned my dedication to this insane idea of me not working for years and years and years, and coming into the studio, putting out videos when nobody watched. It's easy to look at London Real now and say, oh yeah, Brian, we've just had the biggest launch ever in our business accelerator, our biggest and greatest class ever. We're moving to a new building. Our 3rd documentary film comes out in a month. This is nearly 400 broadcasts. Everything is firing. 4 years ago, it looked like I was insane, right? And mentally disturbed to keep doing this crazy, silly thing. She believed in me. And again, she is just someone who has a strong will. And between both of our wills, we just kept moving forward. And I can't believe what would have happened if we never had children. This boy, Caden, is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my whole life. And I know how ridiculous that sounds. And it's just the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life, I'm so lucky to have this experience. I can't believe I almost missed this ride, Roger. To be a human on this earth and not have children. Oh my God. And I was so close. I mean, if it wasn't for Mariana, I'd still be in that 2,000 square foot apartment. I'd probably be, liver failure right now from drinking myself to death, still being, it's all about Brian, and how come Brian isn't happy? But between her and the London Real community and all of these things, I've been shown a different way. And she stuck with me on that, and she stuck with me through building this family. And she could have quit, but I think between the two of us, we just kept going. And so, look, I know a lot of people have problems out there, and women and men, but with science the way it is today, sometimes it's just about the resolve,
Right.
and who knows, maybe we would have even adopted, but there's something really special about raising a child. And so then, for all of our sins, Damon came a year later. So at this rate, we're going to take a break. But yeah, we had 2 in rapid fire succession.
That's incredible. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm really lucky and really blessed and really vulnerable. I've got these 2 young boys, and something could happen to them. But that's my new reality. So I have to be comfortable being uncomfortable. It's one of my affirmations every morning. I'm willing to get uncomfortable in order to achieve the things in life. I'm comfortable being uncomfortable.
Great quality. And
so that's why I say every day, and it comes in my personal life, it comes in London Real Studios, it comes in everything we do. But yeah, it's been transformational. And the reason I talk about those miscarriages, and I'm sure Mariana would rather I not, she's very private and she's very old school. And like you said, she comes from a part of the world that's just, they do things differently, and I respect their culture tremendously. And she has a wonderful family, wonderful parents who are super helpful. But the reason I talk about it is because I know other people are going through these situations.
Yes.
And also, it's something in society we don't talk about. Miscarriages, they happen all the time, but they're very hard to talk about because it's a big loss. It's a sensitive issue. And I know people are out there dealing with it. And I would just say, persevere. Medical science is amazing. Not giving up is amazing. Try all sorts of new things and try different methods. And if not, there's adoption. And if not, there's mentoring. There's bringing people in your life. I have an aunt who never had kids. We are her children. And it's just a shift in her mindset. But yeah, that's my journey so far. No more kids as of now. We'll see.
And being each other's rock, right? Having that support of one another. I think that's incredibly important.
You have to go all in on the other person. I think that's really important to do. And she's gone all in on me in London Real, and she does amazing work raising for this family for me. Like, people are always like, Brian, why aren't you tired? Why aren't you cranky? Why aren't you this? It's because she is taking care of things at home in a huge way, not to mention cooking me amazing meals. So right now I'm building all the capital I need for the next year for Mariana to continue being amazing. So I think I've pumped her up enough.
Well, I think I definitely met my match in you as far as level of commitment. Again, I mentioned that earlier. I see it. One thing I was curious about, is there a certain time of day where you do unplug? I mean, do you say, okay, 8 o'clock, 7, whatever it is? Because that's what I've observed. I was just curious on that.
Great question. So part of my routines that we haven't really talked about is my movement practice. So I move every day, and it's probably more because of Ido Portal now that I just know that in my head. I'm also much into movement of my body. I used to be into lifting weights.
Breakdancing.
Yeah, breakdancing. That's what I do now. So everybody knows around here, but around 1:30, 1:45, I disappear and I go move. And for me, that is my time where I can reset my brain. I can unplug. I can't think about anything because I'm doing these highly taxing body weight moves, and breakdancing is my choice these days. And I do lifting. I still swim. I do yoga. I do hill sprints regularly every week, but I also do at least 3 sessions of breakdancing, sometimes with an instructor, a lot of work on my own, an hour session. I go hard. And that's why I have a little bit of a cut on my forehead because of my windmill. Got me bleeding a couple days ago, but I love it. I love moving. I do believe the body is the mind, the way Elliot Hull said. I believe everything from our Ido Portal documentary is true. These are connected. It's not, Descartian, as he speaks of, where everything is in your brain, which is kind of the way I was taught, kind of the way the world looks at things. For the longest time, my body had one function: to carry my brain around from good time to good time to good time. That's all it was there for. And now I honor the body, and I try to just give it that time every day to make myself do it. And I love it. My brain works better things out as well. It's also this level 1 movement that Ido Portal talks about, not level 3. So I'm constantly figuring out new moves. I'm getting frustrated. Beginner's mind. I suck at things, and I try to make it's the art of making it not suck when it sucks,
Right.
And so that's what I do. And that's really how I unplug every day. I come back, I'm in new spirit. I've got new ideas. And then I put in another so many hours. I try to get out of here at a reasonable hour, 8:30, 9-ish. I try to get home. I try to have dinner with Mariana every night if I can. If she's still up, I try to see the boys harder. I usually see them in the morning when I wake up. And then I try to get a little quiet time at night, but lately not too much. But I try to limit the media when I get close to bed. And then on once a week, I do a no media walk. I go through Hampstead Heath. I do a hill sprint, and I jump in the lake, and I walk through nature, and I just unplug, and I just cherish the plant intelligence and the trees. And I feel like I get spoken to somehow. And that's when I make all my big decisions for the week. So do hill sprints. So I want to throw up. I jump in the lake, which is a beautiful thing here in Hampstead Heath. And then I go on a no media walk. So no podcast, no music allowed. And I have a conversation with myself. All right, Brian, what do we have to think about this week? What are we avoiding? What are the hard decisions we have to make? Okay. Business decisions, personal decisions, team decisions, vision decisions. And then I make them all then. And that's kind of my routine. And when I do all this stuff on a regular basis, I don't take a lot of vacations.
Yeah,
I love coming. I come in here alone on Saturdays.
it's
I
great.
had a fight with Mariana about 8 months ago. I tell this story. And we had a fight about something. I don't fight with her very often, but I slammed the door and walked out of the house at 11 o'clock at night. Came back at like 2 in the morning. Next morning, she wakes up. She's like, oh, I'm sorry last night. I was like, I was sorry too. She's like, where'd you go? And I don't know where she thought I was going to go. The bar, the strip club. And I was like, I went to the studio. And this is where I go. This is
Right.
where I go. This is where I relax. This is where I plan my ideas. This is where I feel like I can do great work, create things. And so that's where I went. I went to the studio and then I went home. And this place is like, it's a great place for me. You know, for me, London Real, it's like my own crucible. That's what it is for me. It's a place where I can go and I can put myself to the test. I can throw myself in the deep end by saying, let's do a documentary film with Ido Portal and see if we can pull it off or fail. I can put myself into a live event with 175 London Reelers that have flown around from the world and see if I can do it. I can put myself in a live interview with my idol from CNN, Christiane Amanpour,
Right.
a badass journalist with 35 years of experience on the ground in the Persian Gulf, on the ground in Rwanda, in Bosnia, you know, in the middle of hurricanes. You know, she's there in the chair and I'm live with her and I got to deal with that pressure. That's the beauty of London Real. I have to get in front of an academy and teach. I got to take 135 incredible entrepreneurs from around the world through 8 weeks and create businesses from nothing, from their passions. That's a tall order, but we're going to do it. We're going to do it with style. You're coming with us and I can't wait. And I've got team leaders from around the world. We've got intellectual property we've been working on. We've got video modules. We got workbooks. And we're going to pull it off. And that's what London Real is for me. It's a way for me to push myself beyond the boundaries and also to hopefully create, you know, game-changing media for the world.
So it's incredible. And it sounds like you have really transformed your life over the last several years, right? From the old Brian to the new Brian. And again, I'm just elated to be with you and sharing this. But you know, can you tell us a little bit about that balance? Because there has to be a balance of, you know, aggressiveness, but you know, sometimes being passive. I mean, you just have this great balance about, and I'd like to get inside your mind a little bit of how you do that. How, you know, do you ever get angry? You know, I've never heard you yell. Can you talk about that balance a little bit?
Yeah. First of all, I'm in a great point in my life when I look back at the old Brian. By no means am I some type of a Buddha,
Right.
by any means. By no means am I someone without flaws, someone
Sure.
without things that I don't like about myself, someone without a lot of improvement. You know, 5 years from now, I'm really expecting a much better version of Brian Rose, much better. And 10 years and 20 years, I'm expecting something, you know, more enlightened, more tolerant, more hardworking, more stoic. That's what I want. I want to go there. And so I still, you know, two sides of me. And we've got a documentary film that's going to be exploring this a little bit in the next couple months, and you'll see it. Because, you know, the old Brian was this city banker, Gordon Gekko. It's all about the bucks. It's all about what can we do to, you know, maximize this one number, which was my personal revenue. Then after that, you had the Brian that was all about not doing that and all about the message and enlightening and producing the media and that kind of thing, but nothing when it came to starting a business and going out there and getting big and all that stuff. And now we're coming back a little bit. And I'm like, okay, we have to build a business to help us transform the message. I wear a suit because it helps me get myself in the game, helps me lead, helps me tell myself every morning that I'm important and I need to represent everything that I stand for. And so, you know, I'm always dealing with these two sides of me. You know, I'm always thinking, okay, I want to open my courses to everyone in the world, right? But at the same time, I want to make sure that we ask for investment in those courses so we can take that money and build more stuff. I want to push my staff and my team here and myself to do more. But at the same time, it's like at some point we're tapping out, Brian. Like we can't do the documentary and create the Broadcast Yourself course and do episodes every week and find a new space and do the live event. That's sometimes the weeks look like that here. And it's 10 of us going crazy and everyone's here on weekends and stay until 11 at night, and it's too much. So at some point I have to pull back because I have a tendency to go aggro, and I have a tendency to be relentless, and I'm really hard on myself. I'm my worst critic. I don't celebrate my wins. We have a joke around here called popping bottles, which is what Julian likes to do. Julian's English, and they like to pop a bottle over here in England when they celebrate things, right? Pop a bottle of champagne. I'm not good at that. I don't like to celebrate wins. Whenever we get a win, I wait about 5 minutes and I ask myself, how come it wasn't better? And what are we doing next time? And I have to enjoy those moments a little bit more, celebrate with the team, acknowledge their hard work. So I'm always battling that. I'm also always trying to be more stoic. I'm always trying to be more open-minded. I have guests that come in here, that I might not agree with them. Or guests that I don't think I want them on the show. When I first hear of Bruce Lipton, he's like, oh, DNA isn't what you think it is, that you can wish things out of your DNA. I'm like, wait a second, I think that's not true. So do I want him on here? I'm going to ask him some hard questions. Now, once I have him on, I realize that was the right guest to have on the show. But sometimes I make the wrong calls on guests. And then sometimes like a Mantak Chia shows up who's gotten me massaging my belly organs. And I'm like, this guy's out of his mind. But then I realize he's actually not. That guy's smart. And he's got a lot to teach me about Eastern medicine. And I almost didn't have him on the show because I didn't think his ideas were the ones that I wanted to curate, because I have a big responsibility here. When you're on London Real, I'm basically endorsing you. So I have to be very careful, and it's a responsibility I take seriously. But sometimes I'm too conservative, or sometimes I don't know. So I'm always making those mistakes. I got to listen to my team members a lot more. They're saying, Brian, we have to go this way. You want to go that way. Sometimes I'm always about building. And sometimes you need to focus on like the quality of the content. I need to spend more time with my family. My boys are growing up like this. I need to spend more time with Mariana. I'm here in this studio, 12 hours a day. Maybe that's too much, Brian. And so these are things I'm grappling with, Roger. And when the boys get older, they're going to need some serious dad time. Sure. Relationships need FaceTime, or as we say in jiu-jitsu, mat time. You have to be there.
Right.
So these are the things I'm going to struggle with. Also, I have my own control issues. I need to get people on the team that I can relinquish control to and let them help me scale the message. I need to take more risks. I'm naturally conservative. One thing Dan Pena taught me, I'm an engineer. I was taught to build bridges and planes that don't break and don't fall out of the sky. It means I'm not good with risk. So I have to push myself to take risk, like building a completely brand new London Real World headquarters that's costing more money than I care to talk about when we don't have that money, but I'm investing the next 100 years. So these are the things I struggle with. And I always could be better. And I always want to be better. I can be very stressed a lot of times. I walk down the street and I'm thinking about a lot of things.
Yeah.
Is the new space going to be ready? Is our documentary film going to be amazing? It can't be mediocre. Right. Is that episode going to be amazing? Is our academy going to be amazing? Is the business accelerator course going to be off the charts? And make sure no man or woman is left behind. That's asks a lot. 135 people from around the world in it's like 39 different countries. Make sure they all get across the goal line. It makes me stressed out. Some nights I have a hard time sleeping because I'm thinking about 6 different things. So I've got a long way to go. I need to be more stoic. I need to spend more time with my family. I need to make sure my team, they feel great about what they do. I need to support them, empower them, make sure they're all getting a win out of this experience too, which I think they are. So these are the things that are on my mind. My physical practice could always be better. My diet I take pretty strictly, but it could always be better. So look, I'm a work in progress, definitely. And again, if you see me on a typical day here, I mean, there's work and there's stress involved. I think that's necessary.
Yeah. Have you found that you're more aware and more present these days again versus the banker?
Yeah, look, I definitely think so. I think also at the same point, you're going to miss some of that as well. But I think through the meditation, I think through a lot of the messages I get from the guests in here, because each guest for me is a mentor. Each guest for me is like having a degree, almost like a bachelor's degree, because I learn from them right here in the flesh, right? I mean, you've seen me for 16 hours of live calls. You've seen countless number of London Real episodes, but being here with me now probably feels different, right? Yes. So when I'm across from Jocko Willink and he talks about extreme ownership, and this is a guy who's scary, proper scary guy, you take it on board. When Dan Pena is yelling, you take it on board. When Ido Portal moves in front of you, you take it on board. So I've got all of those lessons. So I take on those aspects of my personality. So that's great. So I'd like to think I'm more present and in the moment. Sometimes I catch myself not, though, because sometimes I catch myself thinking about the future so much that, I'm sitting down with, Christiana Mampour on Tuesday, and I'm stressed because I'm like, is the camera working? Is this working? You don't want to see me half an hour before an episode because I'm not nice. I'm worried about all the things that could go wrong. I'm making sure my game is tight. I'm reciting my intro, making sure it all goes well. So look, I always want to be more present. Even during the episodes, I think I have a lot of work to do. I'm my biggest critic. I still don't think I'm even purple belt when it comes to having conversations and being a good host. I think I can get many more levels. So I'm trying to get there, and in many aspects of my life. So
yeah, and that's what I think I was talking about with that balance. You have from what I observe, a good balance of being calm when you need to be calm, but giving it your all when you need to.
Yeah,
right.
I think so. And now my week routine is pretty good. Like I said, that Saturday, I really cherish it. I have my walk in nature. Nature is really important to me. Dennis McKenna helped me with that, and just spending a lot of time there. There really is something therapeutic and even mildly psychedelic about being in nature and getting back to your roots and cleaning your brain. And so if without that Saturday, I'm actually not going to get it tomorrow because I'm going to be interviewing you in this chair and all of the graduates from the Broadcast Yourself. So I'll skip that day tomorrow, and I will miss it because I won't get to clear my head. But graduation only happens once every few weeks, and you guys are here, so we're the host. So it's all about you guys. But I will miss that day, and then Sunday I get a little bit more of time away from the studio, and that's my reset. And every now and then I should probably take a little more of a vacation too. But yeah, I can go pretty long with that routine.
That's good. No, and I've actually started taking some guests up to a nature preserve where I live in upstate New York, and been doing 2-part series, one in the studio, one at the nature preserve. And it's been incredible. I love going by myself as well, but it's really neat to take a walk with a guest, to get the senator or someone like Edmund Cotton, who teaches me breathing exercises while sitting on the bridge.
Yeah, I love that about you. And I saw that piece you did with Edwin outside before you had him in the studio. And I think there's something really special about the moving conversation.
For sure.
And it's something we did for the first time, I think, maybe 2.5 years ago. And that was when Ido Portal and I did, what we called a moving conversation, which was Ido and me walking through the streets of London having this conversation. And it's an amazing piece. We were super proud of it. Again, we were terrified to do it. We had never done anything like this before. Everything could have gone wrong. But I asked him, I pitched Ido. I have to pitch every single week here at London. People think like it's easy for us. No, I pitch. Try to convince Ido to do something outside of his comfort zone. You have to pitch him. So no, it's going to be great. We're going to get 5 camera guys. We're going to walk through London. Is there going to be a problem? No, not at all. What happens? We almost get arrested twice. All these problems, issues, cameras, honking horns. But we did it, and the moving conversation was very different. And that's how that spurred the Dorian Yates film, the Ido Portal thing in Israel. And now we've done a lot more of these moving conversations. We had the one with Magnus Walker recently, one with Steve Mack Park. It's a completely different game changer. So yeah, I love what you're doing with that, and you'll see London Real doing more of that as well.
Great.
At the same time, by doing more of the moving conversations, we also realized the value of this studio. And there's something you can't get in a moving conversation. That point where you're 2 hours in, where the guest tells you something they would have never told you before, or they have an epiphany in their own and they think, wow, I really need to do that with my life. That therapeutic moment, I think you only get in the studio. So we're going to continue doing both. But yeah, it's an important part. It's part of our evolution.
So you've talked about Ido Portal a number of times now. I loved that documentary that happened, actually, I believe, in the first week of the Broadcast Yourself course when that came out. So it was great timing for me. But Israel, that's a place I want to go. Can you talk about your experience there? What did it do for you? What did it do for your soul?
Great question. First of all, people that don't know, it was our second documentary film. It's called Just Move, and it features Ido Portal, who is a movement expert, I would say. It's hard to put a title on him. He trains some of the greatest movers in the world, including Conor McGregor, the current UFC champion and the guy that just fought Floyd Mayweather for, the $1 billion fight or however much it was, and one of the most watched fights in history. And to be 1 degree of separation from that fight is a very strange thing. To be hanging out with the guy who's going to be training the guy in that fight weeks before is an amazing thing. And it's something I'm super grateful for. And I'm actually grateful to all the people watching London Real, because it's because of them I kept this up, and it's because of them I have the opportunity to do this. So I never get in my own head about that stuff. I never get egoic and thinking, look how badass I am. I mean, I'm here only because people tune in every week. And also those people push me to be the best version of myself. So that's why I get these opportunities. But this came up. We started this relationship with Ito. Again, I think as we invest in people and we put these great pieces of content out about Ito. I interviewed him first 3 and change years ago, back before anyone had heard of him, back before he met Conor McGregor. We put that investment in and we put out a great piece of content, a great interview, if I do say so myself. I think after 3 years, I can recognize that I'm okay at certain things. My last year, I won't say anything's great, but it was a great piece of content we put out, and we started this relationship with Ito, who can be very opinionated, very cagey, very single-minded. He's all about his own IP and his own work, and I love what he does. And he's an amazing individual. He is, I've said this before, I believe he is the smartest man in the world. He is an incredible mind. He is an incredible mover. He's an incredible human being. And if you enjoyed the documentary and you enjoyed my conversations with him, you have about 1/10 of Ito. You spend time with him, you'll see that there is so much more. And he is knowledgeable about things that he just won't even talk about. He is so knowledgeable about nutrition, probably the most knowledgeable guy I've ever met. But he says, Brian, I still don't feel knowledgeable enough that I want to share my message. He said, movement, I think I can handle that. Nutrition, he said, I think I need maybe study 20 more years, and then I will. That's how hardcore Ito is. So it's great being around him. Again, a mentor to me by inspiration, to watch him talk, to watch him, move, to watch him carry himself. It's very special to be a part of that. And so for us, we did the moving conversation with him. That showed us we can get out of the studio. That showed us we can put together a 90-minute piece where, it keeps people's attention. And that's something that Luis and I worked on. We dropped it 2 years ago, I think. And it was a big move forward. It's been watched about 500,000 times. Very special piece. And that was big. A lot of pressure. Can we pull it off? One take, one shot, walking around the streets of London. Who knows what happens? Police officers come and stop you. You put rings on trees in royal parks. Apparently that's not legal. But we made it through, and it's a great piece of work. What comes next? Documentary film. So Dorian Yates comes along. We go down, fly down to Marbella, spend 5 days with him, doing everything with him, lifting weights, going on bike rides, smoking weed. When I don't like smoking weed, I still did it, and got inside Dorian's head and made our first documentary film. I'm super proud of that. Did a premiere in London at BAFTA, right? The equivalent of the Oscars. It was amazing. One of the best nights of my life. Tons of pressure, tons of stress. Again, Dorian had never seen the film before. Flies here in front of the whole world, trusts us to tell his message.
It's awesome.
Oh, so much pressure and so much trust. It's like, I'm gonna start tearing up if I talk about it. So that was amazing. Shows us what we can do, but we always want better. So we pitch Ito. Can we do it with you, Ito? And again, you have to go all in, and you have to convince him this is the right thing to do. And I think he said no a few times, and then he was like, okay. Israel. I've never been to Israel. I've heard about Israel. I've heard that's where everyone shoots each other, right? I've heard that's where everybody fights. That's where the things in the Bible actually happened, right? That's where this stuff actually happened. Crazy. Let's go. Why not the first time I go to shoot a documentary movie with the greatest mover I've ever met in my life, if not one of the greatest human beings I've ever met in my life, with my team, my family, my guys who I trust to tell this story, and put a lot of pressure on us for 5 days. And I want to fly El Al, the national airline, just for the hell of it, because I've never been on there and I want to fly their airline, which is a whole nother experience. And that's what we did. And it was amazing. To no surprise of myself, the people are amazing. They're just like you and me. They're wonderful, warm human beings. And guess what? That's what all humans are like. They're wonderful, warm people that at the end of the day, they want to be happy. They want to raise their kids. They want great things in the world. That's what humans all want. We get told a different story. Politics get involved. Countries get involved. People have hate talk and fight each other and blah, blah, blah. But whenever I get a bunch of humans in a room, I get positive energy. When we're doing the right things and talking about the right things, it always happens. And in Israel, it was the same thing, if not more. Amazing people. wonderful people, warm people, great atmosphere. And then the Ito people on top of that. I mean, they're just, his movers are incredible, super grateful. Also, a lot of them had come to Ito's studio after they saw an episode of London Real. So people are coming up to me saying, thank you. You're the reason I'm here. And I'm like, again, I just try not to listen to that. I can't even acknowledge that. I'm like, thank you. So it was amazing. He let us film. We moved. We walked along the beach. Everything went wrong. Everything didn't go wrong. I tried flying a drone in Israel, right? Thinking it's going to get shot down or you're going to get shot, but that didn't happen. So we did all this crazy. So I went to the Wailing Wall, and we filmed at the Wailing Wall, and that was scary and terrifying and unauthorized. And, we thought they were going to take our cameras away, but we did it anyways. And getting up at 4 a.m. to where we can have the perfect shot when the sun rises that you see in minute 3 of the movie. And all the guys went and did that, and just an amazing experience. We have an incredible team. Then to come back here and do the hard work of making it into a movie, which is, again, a completely soul-destroying experience. I felt like I got an ulcer. For at least 6 weeks, I was very, very, very stressed out and uncomfortable because I thought we weren't going to have a movie. And Ito's got his mother and father flying in from Israel to come to London to watch this movie. And, 6 weeks out, I'm like, this is a piece of garbage. So we worked really hard to make something that's worthy. And we put a lot of pressure on ourselves. But what an amazing experience. And I had an amazing time there. One of our London Reelers was on the ground there. His name is Ken Kaminsky. And he was like our fixer there. He set everything up, and he talked, spoke Hebrew to everybody and paid for the parking and just made sure everything happened. Great. He was our 6th member of the team. And he was a London Reeler that was an Academy member early on. And when I called him up, I said, dude, can you hook us up? He's like, I got you. And he just had our back. And at the end of it, I was like, okay, how much do I owe you for all the parking and all this stuff? He said, it's on me. And he came to London a couple of days ago, and he said, Brian, you got to come back to Tel Aviv for real sometime to have a proper vacation. And I said, I should. I said, but at the same time, what a way to see a town. Yeah. When you go in for 5 days, filming a documentary about one of the greatest guys in that town, and everybody comes together, like maybe that is the best way to see a town. Yeah. So yeah, it was a special experience. I will say, when I was posting vlogs from there and I put them on Facebook, I got all sorts of Middle East hate, people jumping on one side of the equation. And I never felt that before. Brian, how can you support this? Or blah, 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 blah. And I was like, I'm here to talk to Ito about movement. Right. And he lives in Israel, and I'm going to talk to someone in Israel. And if I was going to talk to someone from another country, I would go and I would listen to them and I would judge them as a human being. Do they contribute to the human experience? That's what my barometer is here at London Real, not your country that you're from or your religion or your politics. That doesn't mean anything to me. So I was surprised to hear that. So we felt pressure when we put this movie out that we were going to get a lot of hate because I'm in the Wailing Wall. I'm wearing my yarmulke on my head because that's what you do out of respect when you're there. And I thought people were going to weigh in from all the sides, and myself and the whole team were waiting for it. At the same time, we're in Israel, so let's not run away from it. There's a point where Ito says, this is a place, it's a culture that started after the Holocaust. It's people from all these countries around the world coming to one place. We are surrounded by enemies. We played that in a test screening, and people said, I'm offended by that. And I was like, well, I think even the people surrounding them would agree they're enemies. So we had to talk. It's real. It's London Real. Right. So we had to address these issues. But actually, none of the hate ever came. And I believe it's because they watched the movie and they saw we were talking about the human experience. Mm-hmm. We were talking about the body movement as an essential part of your being. And I think they could see through all the politics. I don't remember seeing a single political comment, which shocked me because that's all we had when I posted my vlogs.
But isn't that a great sign? Because that is exactly how we're going to change the world, how you're going to change the world, how I'm going to change the world, and everyone else that is part of this movement.
Yes, amen to that. Yeah, and that's the kind of message I want to put out.
Right.
And even the Dorian Yates documentary, you got a guy who used to be 260 pounds of pure lean muscle, right? And I'm telling a story about him. And I told everybody here at the team, I said, I want the 73-year-old old lady in the very back of the theater to walk up to me after the movie and say, thank you, that meant a lot to me, because it's a human story. It's not the story only if you're a male bodybuilder or were a fan of Dorian in the 90s. And we did that with Dorian, and I think we did that with Ito. And I agree with you. That's what we're trying to do here. And also, I'll take that one step further. My job at London Real is to stick someone in this chair every week that could offend you. that could challenge you. That's going to make you say, who is this girl posting skimpy pictures of her doing yoga on her Instagram account, Keno McGregor? Who is this guy named Bruce Lipton who's saying that DNA isn't what scientists say it is? Who is this, person talking about illegal drugs? It's illegal, Brian. LSD is illegal in America. What are you saying? Our government is wrong? I don't know, but let's listen to what he has to say. So that's my job, actually, to get you out of your comfort zone and to push the limit. And so I like offending London Reelers. I think it's my job a little bit to push the envelope. I don't want to play to the choir every week. So and that's my job too, to push myself. Sometimes I'm uncomfortable with the guests. I had a cop in here in London who shot people. He shot like 3 people in the line of duty. And they were criminals and things like that. But I had to ask him. I said, you have a history of shooting people. You also have a history of being acquitted. But I'm glad we had that conversation with him, because he told the story of a policeman that most people never saw. At the end of the day, you can judge him, you can hate him, but he's living his truth as a human. And you probably can walk a couple days in his shoes and understand him a little bit better. So that's what we're trying to do.
So Dorian Yates, Ido Portal, let's go into opening night. The red carpet comes out, the lights dim. You're sitting there. Please explain the feeling.
Well, first of all, we like to go big at London Reel. So when the first film came out, Dorian Yates, I'm like, we have to have a red carpet premiere, right? Why wouldn't you?
Right.
So we pitched this to Dorian, fly in. We're going to, have everyone show up in suits and ties. Of course, we do it at BAFTA, where they actually give their Academy Award equivalent right on Piccadilly in London. All the fanfare, open bar, champagne reception, 300 guests. I mean, we go big. And I think that's just a little bit of flash and showmanship. And I think we like putting pressure on ourselves. And I think, we feel very confident in our content, and we believe our messages are important. And I feel go big or go home, Again, honor this moment you have as a human. You should just do your absolute best every day. Push yourself to the limits, face the fear, go with the resistances, maybe offend some people with your art, but go push it. So that's what we decided to do. It was a ton of pressure. On something like that, we're working on the movie right up to the hour. We're doing test screenings in the studio 4 weeks out, 3 weeks out, 2 weeks out. People are coming over here watching the movie, telling us how much it sucks, telling us how they don't understand that. We're recutting, we're re-editing, it's just so much stress. Meanwhile, Dorian's coming to town, hasn't seen the movie. All his friends and family are coming. We're selling tickets to the premiere. People are paying hundreds of pounds to be there. The venue's there. I equate it to basically driving like a hot rod towards a brick wall. And right when you're about 90 miles an hour, you put your foot on the pedal and you go up to like 150 miles an hour, just hoping the airbags are going to work. So meanwhile, the movie's not done yet. And I'm sending out invites and, promoting BAFTA and trying to sell more tickets when I'm like, we don't even have anything yet. So it's tense. And when the lights go down, I'm just thinking, okay, first of all, I'm thinking, let the movie play correctly for the next 90 minutes. That's what I'm thinking. I'm also thinking, I'm very proud of this movie. I felt the same way with Ido and Sam. The whole team, myself and Luis, we spent so much time on this that honestly, I'm proud of it. Even if they don't like it, I'm proud of it. So I do kind of disassociate a little bit, and then I try to enjoy the moment, and I hold Mariana's hand really hard. That happened in both of them. And about 15 minutes in through Dorian, and she had seen an earlier cut, she turned to me and she said, "That's great." And I was like, okay, cool. That was good. But with Ido, with the lights went out, and again, it was madness beforehand, much harder film to make, much more difficult. So many constraints Ido put on us. I'm not going to move for you. That was a great constraint Ido put on us. Thank you, Ido. But it forced us to be better filmmakers. So we had to find a better way to tell his message. And I'll put that movie, I will put that head to head against any content that is made about Ido or since or in the future. I'll put our movie head to head against anything. I think it's going to be the best. History will show. But we had to do it with constraints, and that was really hard. So we were working up to that premiere. Again, his whole crew, he flies in. There's like 12 people from his movement practice. His dad, his mom, his sister was there. All of these movers, all of these senior guests from London Reel, press, everyone's in there. We've been doing 4 test screenings here at London Real Studios. We've been working countless hours, reworking the story, ripping it apart, rewriting it, redoing this, more voiceover. It's crazy. We get there. I'm in the same row as Ito, so I can look down and I can see Ito, which I thought was a good thing, but it was a bad thing because I'm watching the movie and Ito is stone-faced the whole time. And I'm like, oh my gosh, he doesn't like the movie. And I was just like, okay, just breathe, 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 breathe. But then I thought about halfway through, what is it like to watch a movie about yourself? And I felt, what was it like to be Ito? That must be weird with all these people here. He's actually a very humble guy, quiet guy, doesn't like to celebrate himself, but that shows you how he was willing to face his own resistance and come to a place where they were honoring him, which he probably thinks is an absolutely ridiculous thing to do. So look, a lot of pressure, some pride. And then when it was over, just the people clapped, felt great. And then people felt good about it. And then Ito felt good about it afterwards. But at that moment, you gotta have to let it go and just be there in the moment and just try to enjoy the movie. And sometimes that's the first time I watch it, actually, because all the other times I'm just so critical.
Yeah.
But it's a special moment, and each one is going to be special. And looks like we have 18 more to do in the next 5 years.
Can't
We'll
wait.
probably do more than that, but there'll be another one out this year. So that's something I'm super proud of. So this year we'll have 3 documentary films. We'll continue broadcasting London Real. London Real Academy has 4 core products now. So I'm super proud. The Life Accelerator, where we have our first London Real tattoos. The Business Accelerator, which you're a part of now. The Broadcast Yourself, which I'm really proud of, amazing work that they've done. And our Public Speaking Accelerator is being launched in 4 weeks. So that's where we actually teach people everything I've learned from the people in this chair when it comes to actually how they speak to inspire other people. And it could be in this chair, it could be broadcasting, it could be on stage, it could be in a corporate boardroom, it could be in a team like London Real when I get up and stand up in the morning meeting every morning. How do you speak to inspire people? Because if you can't do that, you can have the greatest ideas in the world. Even Dan Pena said, what's the most important trait in the people you work with? And he said, communication. If you can't speak about it intelligently and inspirationally, it's not worth it. Right. The most important 16 minutes of content I ever put out, and I've put out probably 500 hours of content on YouTube, maybe 1,000. The most important 16 minutes is my TED Talk because it's condensed into this piece where you understand who Brian Rose is, who London Real is, my struggles, and that is because communication is so important. So that's the next thing we're teaching, and I'm super proud of what we've done this year.
Yeah. I wanted to talk about something that you really discussed early on, and that is being vulnerable, the importance of being vulnerable. I don't know if many people know what that means. I've tried to be more vulnerable over the last couple of years, and I've found that it helped tremendously. So the question is twofold. How did you learn about that trait, and how important is it for us in general to be vulnerable?
Yeah, look, it's a great question. And when we created the London Real Academy, I had to come up with the 5 rules of the London Real Academy. And, you know, if the truth be known, I pretty much made them up on the fly at one of our first webinars. Julie and I were doing these were free webinars, and we were just publishing. This is when the first Academy came out. We didn't know why we were doing it, but we would do these 1-hour webinars and just teach anybody who showed up. And this was us just trying to build our business. And it was amazing. It was a lot of fun. Some people loved them. Some people didn't like them. It was great. But at one point I said, there's 5 rules in the London Real Academy. And I just said what came to my mind. And they were this. The first one is respect. I expect everyone in the Academy to respect each other. I grew up in martial arts. You know, I'm a purple belt in jiu-jitsu. And one thing that we always do is we respect each other. I think it was Nelson Mandela that said, I can defeat my opponent without dishonoring him. And so in jiu-jitsu, I'll roll on the mat, I'll choke you unconscious, I'll almost break your arm, or you can beat me up too. And at the end of the day, I will thank you for bringing the best out in me, but I will respect you. So it was always important to have respect. So that was one rule. We respect each other at all times. Second rule was love. You know, I believe that you need to love what you do. We need people with passion in this academy. And I also think that ultimately you have to love the person that's in that academy across the thing. So when you see the interactions in the Broadcast Yourself group and in the Business Accelerator, it has to have love. And if you're not doing something out of love, I think you know it. And that doesn't mean I can't be critical and I can't say, Roger, on American Real, the lighting on your guest needs to be moved, and the socks are too bright. Oh, I actually like your socks. And then this and this, but that's me loving you because I'm being critical. But I think you have to have love in there, love with each other, and you have to love what you do. Bring that passion in there. Third rule is vulnerability. And I just came with that from the beginning. Unless you can come out inside the academy or in life and say, I'm not good at this. I'm not good at relationships. I'm not good at knowing my priorities. I thought they were money. I'm not good at opening my heart to a new family. I'm not good with my drinking habit. I'm not good with anything, being a leader in the beginning. I wasn't a good leader at London Real. I was bad for years. All these things. If you can't tell people that, how can they help you? And so you have to be vulnerable and let it all out on the line and say, you know what, this is what happened. Also, if you want to educate people, I have to talk about my bad times, things I'm not proud of, things I screwed up on. And I screw up all the time. And I have in the past, many, many times. I've almost ruined my life. I've almost ended my life times. So I know how to screw up. And I think everyone does. But you have to talk about it. That's the only way we can get better. So vulnerability is super important. And you'll see in the Business Accelerator right now, everyone's uploading their vlogs, 10 vlog and 10-day challenge. And it's crazy. Nobody wants to even get on the camera and publish their own thoughts, but they're being vulnerable. Just by doing that, you show that you're imperfect, that you look funny, that you talk funny. That's important. Let's get it out there so we can help you. So that's rule 3. And I'll come back. The other 2 rules, in case people are wondering, is 4, action and accountability. That's when we stop being fluffy, crunchy, feely Californians and we say, wait a second, I believe that enlightenment comes through action. That's where you get places in life. It builds self-esteem. That's what does it, because you realize I just did something. I think action's important. I think goals are important. Now, not for goals' sake. I think also being in the moment and being you is important, but I think accomplishing things is important. I think you need to know where you're going. You need to go try to get there. You need to try to get some. You need to try to know if you fail. If you don't fail, you need to say, I'm going to do the documentary movie and I'm either going to fail or not. I'm going to do another one. And that's important. So I believe in action and accountability. That's our big thing in the Academy. As you know, that's our main, biggest selling point. We hold you accountable to do what you say you're going to do in order to get the life that you want. That's it. And we've always been held accountable. The reason London Real exists to this day is because I was held accountable to publish an episode every Sunday, which was my commitment from day one. And without that commitment, I wouldn't be here. It was what we call a SMART goal. Yeah. It was specific, measurable, actionable, relatable to me, time sensitive. Episode every week. That's how London Real was created. One tiny SMART goal. So don't tell me SMART goals aren't important. So action and accountability. Did you do what you say you're going to do? Very important. And the London Real Academy, I always forget this one, is fun. We got to have fun. And I forget sometimes. So this is fun. What we do here is fun. I forget. Sometimes I'm so caught up in our goals and that Brian's so serious because this episode got screwed up and this person's coming over and it's got to be right. Or it's not good enough. That this is fun. This whole experience should be fun. Otherwise, what am I doing here? Like, it is wonderful. What we're doing here is cool as hell. I always tell all the team here, I'm like, this is what you get when you come to London Real and you be on part of the team. We are going to do the coolest shit imaginable. You're going to be on the stage with me at the premiere, and everybody comes on stage at the end of the premiere. The whole team comes up and we all take credit together. You're going to go to Israel with me and train with Ido Portal in his studio. You're going to go to Dorian Yates with me and smoke weed with him on the beach, right? You're going to do the things that are going to transform your life. We are going to create this brand new space together that everybody helped design. We're going to take 135 Academy members through. These are going to become people that are your family. We're going to do this cool stuff. That's the real reward. And you're going to become better versions of yourself. So that's the ride I'm on. And that's what those rules are all about. And so vulnerability is right in the middle. And I think it's so crucial. And I think it was James Altucher that taught me that. One of my favorite guests here, an amazing guy, a great broadcaster, a very impressive businessman. He really, when he puts his mind to it, he can create tons of wealth. But if you read his stuff, every vlog and blog starts off with a major confession. Like, there I was in the gutter, puking on myself, right? There I was, I blew $1 million in a day. There I was, my second marriage was over. Every article starts off with a majorly self-deprecating moment, and you learn from that. So I'd like to think that I can be vulnerable and I can show all these flaws about myself. At the same point, it's a balance. I'll be honest, Roger. I can't come in here to my morning meeting every morning and be vulnerable and say, guys, don't really want to be here today. Right. I couldn't sleep. And I don't really like you guys today. I know. It's actually not true, but like if I'm having a bad day, I'm the leader. And the leader, this was an old movie, an old quote from a submarine movie that Harvey Keitel was in. And he was the captain of the submarine. And there was a junior captain coming up the ranks. And he was in a meeting when there was a lot of problems. And he said, I don't know what to do. And he pulled him aside and he says, the captain knows what to do. And so I take that seriously. So as the leader, I always know what to do, and everything is always fine, and everything is always a learning experience. We win or we learn, as Coach Kavanaugh would say, Conor McGregor's trainer. So I have to also be the face, and which means I'm dressed every day because I don't know what's going to happen today. I don't know who's going to walk in. I don't know who I'm going to meet on the street. I don't know what meeting I might have. It could be with a billionaire. You know, I've had billionaires come to my events. I've had, huge media icons sit down there. I can teach a course. I don't know. I'm dressed for success. I'm slept. I'm meditated. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to invest. When we take a big hit and take one in the face, and we take them all the time. We have failures around here all the time. You just don't hear about them that much. We fail all the time, which is the whole idea, which means we invested in something. It didn't pay off. We move on. So I have to be the face. So it's a fine line between vulnerability and being strong for the team. And I'm always balancing, Roger. That family time, work time, it's a balance, but it's important to be vulnerable. So it's a key part of the London Real Academy. Don't even bother coming to the Academy unless you're willing to get vulnerable and tell us what you're not good at, because that's when we come alive. And London Reelers love it when you're vulnerable because they want to help. Mm-hmm. All my team leaders, they want to help. The rest of the people let me help. You're having a problem, do this. Let me give you a bit of advice. Let me give you a little bit of, and you feel the energy in there. It's amazing. And so, yeah, that's why we promote that.
And what a team you have. I was so impressed with just the general help that every team leader would give on a weekly basis, daily basis. You've really surrounded yourself with good people, and it's not easy to do. I don't know if you've gone through a lot of people here, but it seems like you've really attracted solid individuals.
Yeah, we're super fortunate. We have an amazing team here. Again, it's a team, it's not staff. I mean, they are part of this journey with me. They really are. And my goal is for each one of them to become a key person of influence in their own right under the London Real umbrella if they choose. And of course, they can always choose to go on to other things, and I encourage them to. But if you want to be an award-winning filmmaker, you can do it at London Real. If you want to be an award-winning product person, or someone who gets up and does a TED Talk about how to book a great guest, you could do it here. So I want to empower them to become the best versions of themselves and give them all the resources they have, and to allow them to have access to these amazing celebrities, these amazing experiences, all that crazy stuff. So that's important. But also leading a team, it's something I've learned, and I wasn't good at it. Our first few people here, I think I did a horrible job. I think I just didn't do it right. Remote people, I think getting people to work for you remotely, I don't like it. It's hard to do. You have to really be on your game to make sure they're part of the group, and that you make sure you treat them right as well. So we spent a lot of time on company culture, and now we're very disciplined about it. Again, back to Jocko Willink, discipline equals freedom. That's a mantra around here. And extreme ownership. We really took a lot from Jocko being here that day. I wrote it all over the walls here. We teach it in our courses. Discipline equals freedom. What does that mean? That means that, we're disciplined every day to just do all the things that are going to then give us that freedom to go off the reservation if we want to do it. So discipline. Every 4 weeks here, you get a sit down, each individual sit down meetings. You do an evaluation form on me. What do you want that could be better? We have a bonus. You get 100 pounds every month, discretionary bonus called a peak performance bonus. You can spend on whatever you want. You want to do it on personal training? You want to do it on supplements for your body? You want to do it on a course you want to buy? It's up to you. We want you to get better. You want any other training? Give me the idea. We'll pay for it. We want to just promote all these great feelings in here and get your input and all those things. And so I'm very proud of our company culture. I'm very proud of our team. One of our Business Accelerator graduates, Lachlan, who was on this last course, who's also a Broadcast Yourself graduate, he pulled me aside at the graduation dinner, which is tomorrow night for you. And he said, Brian, you should do a company culture accelerator. He said, because everyone here is you can tell they believe in the message. And that's super important because every touch point tells you everything. When you walk in the door, you can tell if the camera guy doesn't want to be here, doesn't believe in the message. You can tell if Julian, our head of strategy, doesn't really want to be there. And we've been really blessed. And so that's like one of my big priorities. And I still have work to do. I constantly need to be listening to them, constantly. My job is to make their life better. And I'm learning how to be that, but I really enjoy it. And as far as our team leaders for our academy courses, they're all around the world, former graduates. So for this course, we got Chris Albert, our Marine in California. We got Lisa May, graduate who's in Portugal, who you interviewed for American Reel yesterday. We've got Andrea Bordas, an amazing, she's like in her early 20s. She's crushing it as an entrepreneur. She's great at YouTube, brings a whole nother demographic. Like I said, Julian Bales, our head of strategy. Alex Melia, a former graduate of many of our courses. These people, they beg me to teach these courses because they love the vibe. Yeah. They're like, Brian, can I be on the next one? I'm like, actually, I've got other people that want to teach this course, but they love the vibe. And that's a statement to them. So I'm so fortunate, but it's actually in demand to be an instructor. Alex was the community manager last time, and he was tired of it because he wanted his team that he could talk to and lead during the course. So I had to switch him out, and now Lisa's community manager, but I'm sure she's going to want her own team. Yeah. So look, I'm so fortunate to have all of that stuff.
They bleed London Real.
They bleed London Real. And that was one of the first advertisements we put out.
Yeah.
Do you bleed London Real? And that's how we got Julian as head of strategy. And yeah, I think you need that company culture. They say, so Zappos is a company, Tony Hsieh, and Zappos, they started off selling shoes online. They were purchased by Amazon. And he says that the customer experience is a lagging indicator of your company culture. And I agree with him. So if your company culture is amazing, the customer, which you are a customer as a consumer of our videos or as a buyer of our academy, you're going to know. And so that touch point with Chris Albert or Julian, that honestly wasn't promised in it's not on the tin that you get this. It's not on the tin that, you come to graduation and we're paying for dinner or all this stuff, but like it's stuff that we believe is the right thing to do. So that's what we do.
Great.
Thanks for noticing.
So I'd like to shift gears quite a bit. It's a topic that you've brought up several times over the course of the 8 weeks in some regard. And I wanted to tell you a little story. And that is when I was about 17 years old, my cousin decided to play a trick on me, and his younger brother was also my cousin. We were going to a concert, and they made some sandwiches, and little did I know, he put something in that sandwich. He put some mushrooms in the sandwich. And I still recall that very well. I've never done any drugs in my life. But it was a bad experience. I mean, it was a hallucination for about 12 hours, seeing colors, not knowing what was going on, slow motion, crazy. I need to ask you, what is this psychedelics? And I beg your pardon, I'm not too familiar, but I really would like to have your insight and I guess the risks that are involved and the benefits.
Great question. So psychedelics is something that we just started exploring early on in London Real. I think by episode 5 or 10, we were talking about ayahuasca, which is a plant medicine, probably falls into the psychedelic category. It's been being consumed in South America for, I think, 10,000 years. There's evidence, archaeological evidence, and it's used as a plant medicine to allow you to do some internal healing, to really think about your life in different ways and have some education that won't happen on your own, or it might take 20 years of meditation or psychotherapy to have some of these realizations. I equate it to putting a mirror in front of your soul, and you get to see the way that you've been treating other people and the way you've been treating yourself and the world. And a lot of times it's not good news. And so it's sometimes a difficult experience. It destroys the ego. And by Western standards, we try to build our ego. And that feeling doesn't feel very good because you like your ego and your ego likes your ego. And so this is a way of kind of dissolving all of that in your brain. And that's what psychedelics do. Before I started London Real, I had probably had similar experiences to you. Ate a bunch of mushrooms in Amsterdam because someone told me it was the thing to do. Felt horribly uncomfortable. Hated it. Couldn't wait for it to end. Never wanted to do it again. A bad experience, which is what you probably had as well. Right. Now, that word bad it's all relative. You were basically learning at a rate that you were not accustomed to. you were also not in the correct set or setting, which is what they say. So in my ayahuasca ceremonies that have actually happened in this studio, and I do have to remember that when I leave here, because my second really big ayahuasca ceremony, I was right there on a sofa, and I was with my shaman, and she was singing these beautiful icaros, and I was alone, and I had prepared mentally, and I had done a diet for 10 days, and I was prepared as much as I could have when I went in there, and I was allowed to have that experience. I wasn't in the middle of a rock concert, and I didn't know it was, I knew it was coming. And that's the proper set and setting you should have for any psychedelic experience. That being said, I do believe in infrequent high doses, the same as Terence McKenna would prescribe, who is the now deceased brother of Dennis McKenna, who's become a good friend of mine. And I really love Dennis, and he's an amazing man, an amazing scientist, an amazing thought leader. And we've got more stuff coming out with him soon. And so when you go in for a psychedelic experience, you have to go big, and you have to be prepared to be uncomfortable, and you have to be prepared to learn some things about yourself. And it shouldn't be fun, and you should be a bit scared when you go in. If you're not, honestly, you're wasting your time, because you're probably going to be told some bad news. You're probably going to be told, Brian, you're not treating your family good enough. You're not treating your team good enough. You need to think about your content more and think about the people that watch that and try to work harder at making them happy. And it's probably giving me all these lessons that maybe I forgot to think about when I'm working on London Real, the brand. That's probably what it would tell me. And so there's lots of different ways to have these psychedelic experiences. There is ayahuasca, there's psilocybin mushrooms, there's LSD, there's a few others. You can also simulate it, I think, through sweat lodges and other kinds of things. But it's something that humans have been doing to themselves for thousands and thousands of years. And it's something we will continue to do to ourselves. Unfortunately, in the United States, it's illegal in with many substances because of a knock-on effect of what LSD happened. It's a lot of politics. It's a lot of fear. Humans have a lot of fear about themselves. They use this word drugs, which applies to a lot of things. We also hate ourselves because of our vices, and we judge ourselves the same way that America struggles with, say, vices and pornography, and the way that other countries don't. I think America has a kind of a very puritanism about it, where we don't admit that we are these animals that have these urges and needs and these other experiences. So that's maybe a rough idea of the psychedelic experience. So for me, it was important because those ayahuasca experiences allowed me to go deep inside myself and say, why does Brian behave the way he behaves? Well, I concluded that a lot of it came when I was 7, and I was just, I don't know, I got to be a scared boy that wanted to build up walls around me so I wouldn't be hurt again by an event like a divorce. And I think it kept me familyless and pretty much solo for 40 years of my life. That's not healthy. And I wouldn't have learned that unless plant medicine. And I wouldn't have learned that unless I was willing to go to where that fear is and face the resistance of losing control for 3 or 4 hours. And it's not nice sometimes. And sometimes it's beautiful. It's just very random. And so now I try to get myself into these psychedelic experiences so I can just do a reset and make sure I'm going in the right direction. Because Roger, I'd rather find out now than when I'm 80 years old or maybe 120 years old when I'm sitting on my deathbed and realize I made the wrong choices. You're still a banker, Brian. Why? You could have done London Real. Or you did London Real, but you went the wrong way, Brian. You got lost. And then why? Or why didn't you spend time with Caden? You know, he's 30 now. What? You can't go back now. So it's hard and it's painful, but I would rather get the lessons now and pay the price, which is what? 4 hours of a potentially discomfortable situation, and get those revelations. Now, I could get them through the art of listening. I could get them through meditation. I could get them through physical practice. You will get those lessons anyways. But I believe you can get them quicker through these experiences. That being said, I'm not a fan of doing these frequently. Some people drink ayahuasca and they do it every weekend. They smoke DMT every weekend. I don't believe in that. I believe you get the information, you come back to the real world where we all live, where you have to deal with your life, and then you meditate and you work on yourself. You make the changes to enact the things that you've learned with the plant medicines. And they do teach you things and tell you things. So that's my experiences with them, but to each his own.
Sure.
When you first take ayahuasca, you come back and you think everybody should take it. And you say, that'll fix your problems. I'm over that now. I don't project, but I don't shy away from it. These, I'm not going to say the D word, these medicines should be legal. I envision a time sooner than you think, in say 50 years, where grandma can decide to take a vacation and she doesn't go to Maui. She goes into the country for a weekend, and she goes to a spa, and she gets given ayahuasca after she has her facial and her massage, and she gets to have an experience and go in the woods, and she comes back 3 days later, a brand new person. We all should have access to this, and doing it in an intelligent, controlled way. It's not a drug. That word is so misused. The war on drugs is a joke. It's a war on certain drugs. It's a war that's about money and capitalism.
Right.
And you know, how many London Real guests do you have to listen to till you realize what pharmaceutical companies are doing? And Bruce, I mean, it wasn't Bruce Lipton? No, Michael Greger. I mean, prescription drugs, legal prescription drugs, kill over 100,000 people a year. Legal ones. Don't get me started about anything else. And so people that can't entertain these other ideas, again, it's back to the mainstream media. What are you taught? It's a drug. It's illegal, and you don't do your due diligence. You don't look a little bit deeper and say, well, wait a second, who's telling me that? A politician? A policeman? Why do they know? And Graham Hancock here on this very show said, if you do not have sovereignty over your own consciousness, what do you have? I believe we have the right to make choices about our own consciousness. Now, if you want me to obey your laws, that's okay. I won't kill, I won't rob, I won't hurt someone, but I'm allowed to alter my own consciousness. Why not? Now, if I do those things when I'm altered, fine, then that's a crime. But altering my consciousness should not be a crime. Now, that being said, I don't believe Class A drugs like cocaine and ecstasy should be in the pharmacy. I think it's an excuse for a lot of people to consume those. And I think those drugs, they have their side effects, and I think they have some really dangerous long-term side effects. Unfortunately, those are a lot about pleasure. And as we know, pleasure does not result in happiness. A lot of times it's the opposite. You have to really earn your happiness. So I think there's something about certain drugs being illegal, but I think plant medicines and probably cannabis to a certain extent, although I'm not a user of it. But I know a lot of people talk a lot about it. But obviously in the States, it's becoming legal. But that is more along the lines of a plant medicine. It opens your mind to new thoughts. That being said, that can be abused as well. And so can psychedelics. So again, set and setting. Don't take them at the rock concert. Take them in certain doses and take them for the right reasons. And if you don't want to take them, then don't. But you know, they are an amazing tool for sure.
And when you say you receive the messages, how is that happening?
So, you know, I had 3 ayahuasca ceremonies. So when I drink the medicine, sometimes I purge the medicine. But with ayahuasca, it's very specific. I get a message from Mother Ayahuasca, which is kind of what you call this kind of entity. And with ayahuasca, it's quite clear. I was pretty much told there's these 3 things you have to work on. You know, you have to love these 2 girls in your life. They need you to love them. What the hell are you doing? Like, what are you doing? Move in. Give them a home. Step your game up. Like, stop killing yourself. Stop drinking yourself to death. What are you doing? And these are the clear things. Put this content out there. I had a great revelation in one of my psilocybin experiences where it said to me, Brian, you don't have to do London Real. Because every week I was like, I have to do another episode. I have to edit it. I have to do it. You get to do London Real. It's like stupid. Just slap you in the side of the head. It's like grandma takes you in the woodshed. Just bam. Snap out of it. Realize what you have. You get to do London Real. Who cares if they pay you for it? Who cares if anyone watches it? Who cares if the guests thank you for it? That's not why we're doing this. You get to do it. So look at it that way. That was a great lesson. So ayahuasca is very good about giving you specific lessons. Psilocybin, less so, although I get it, but it's less about specific lessons, and I don't have any experience. I smoked DMT once. The most watched episode of London Real in its history is my DMT before and after. It's over 1 million views for a single episode. Really? And so that's a crazy thing, but I've only done that once, but it was a great plant medicine as well. So look, I talk about them. If these things are calling you, explore them further. If they are not, don't. Mm-hmm. I always meet people and they say, yeah, I've been thinking about ayahuasca. Well, it's calling you. It called me as well. It took me 18 months before I heard the word ayahuasca by Aubrey Marcus, the CEO of On It on the Joe Rogan Experience, to where I did it. 18 months. I did my research, I did my due diligence, and then I took a big deep breath and I jumped off the deep end. And that's what I think people should do. Research it, check it out. But sometimes you got to do it and just go see. What's the worst that's going to happen? You're probably not going to die. You might be uncomfortable for 3 hours. But I mean, again, sometimes, again, if I could tell you, you could spend 3 hours of your life that might be uncomfortable, that might be painful, horrible, out of your control, but they would save you 30 years of bad decisions.
Who wouldn't?
But the thing is, most people wouldn't.
Yeah.
So again, what is pain? What is uncomfort, discomfort? I now these days, as a teacher in London Real Academy, when I see things that are uncomfortable situations, I just think, what can I learn here?
Right.
I'm learning something. Whenever I tell people, whenever you're uncomfortable and frustrated, you're building intellectual property. You are.
It's true.
You're learning how to do something better. And so embrace it. Embrace that discomfort. Embrace that horrible social situation. Embrace that pit in your stomach when you have to get up and speak. Embrace that horrible vlog you just posted. Everyone said you suck. Guess what? Your next one's going to be better. Mm-hmm. Embrace all of that stuff and then learn from it and move on. So.
Yeah. So back to London Real a little bit. I know you're a big fight fan. We used to have Muhammad Ali back behind my left shoulder.
Yes.
When you prepare for these interviews, conversations every week, is it a big event for you every week? Is that
Most
the
definitely.
feeling?
Huge. And I still get, anxious and stressed out before guests come on. It's a huge deal for me. I feel like kind of the host with the most. When you come over here, I want all the touch points to be important. The outreach is important. As you know, we do a pre-interview forum. I want the guests to feel wonderful. I wait outside for them, dressed up like this. When they come up, they're like, what are you doing out here? This is my show. I wear a suit and tie for one reason. Do you want to know what that reason is? Because me broadcasting, me having a conversation with an individual here in the studio is a celebration. Really is. I feel honored to be able to do this. I don't care who you are. It doesn't matter. I wear this because this is a special occasion. Every week is a special occasion for me. And we treat it like that. We treat it like it's a big deal. We stream it on Facebook and multiple cameras. We got the lighting down. You have your coffee. You feel good. That's super important for me. So I prepare. I get butterflies in my stomach. Sometimes the guest has 5 million Twitter followers. Sometimes they have 5,000 Twitter followers. But I try to give my best. I try to create a wonderful piece of art that's orchestrated in real time. It's almost like a freestyle rap that a hip hop artist would do. And sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. And sometimes it looks bad and we pull it back out. And sometimes it's mediocre and sometimes it's a beautiful piece of work. It is something to behold. And I always try to get to that perfection every single week. Sometimes we get close, we never get there. Sometimes we fail, but we keep going and we keep going. And that's been the history of this show, and that defines us, who we are. And I'll keep doing this till the day I die. But yes, it's a very big deal.
Yeah. And you've had some amazing guests here. I've learned so much years watching all the episodes. Can you give us a highlight or two? What were some of your favorites? I know, and I hate to put you in that position because there's been so many great
people
ones.
ask me all the time, do I have favorite guests? But it's like having favorite children. I don't really have them. They all are special. And sometimes I'll have a special moment with one that you might not have heard of or not remember. Sometimes it's something they said before or after or since that makes them special. There's pictures all around the studio. The people watching or listening can't see them now, but there's kind of our MVPs that are on the wall, probably 12 or 15 pictures of some special people and some special moments. It's hard to call out certain people, but if you start looking at the films that we've made, then of course some of those names like Dorian Yates and Ido Portal and Dan Pena or maybe Neil deGrasse Tyson, and some of these names are people that people remember and I remember. Jocko Willink. These people taught me important lessons, and I'll never forget them. And I emulate them. They inspire me. The emotional moments I've had: Chris Eubank, Nigel Benn, Kevin Kelly said, "Brian, have more kids. Each one's like a gift. You got to have 6." So I told Mariana, she's just getting warmed up. These little things, they stick with me. And that's what transformation is about sometimes. It's that one thing that one person said to you at that perfect moment in your life that you'll remember the rest of your life. Could have been a parent that said it to you, or some episode on London Real, or a quote from a movie. And that literally changed your life, put you on a different path, hopefully a better path or a more understanding path. And that's happened to me so many times. And there's so many guests. And for me, it's like after 400, it's just like this collective consciousness. Again, It's like we are all one. And they all come back to these same core messages. They just do, over and over and over again, whether it's Chris Eubank or Ido or Dorian or even Pena. They come back to this: cherish this moment. You're a human. Take action now. Do the best you can. What is this? I don't know, but let's honor and respect it by going big. We are all one as humans. As Dorian would say, that doesn't make sense to you. That guy on the corner who's yelling and you don't like, how can he be part of me? But he is part of you.
Right.
And he represents a part of you. And we are all connected somehow. What's the greatest thing that happens in our life is when we feel a human connection. That's why this course is so powerful, because people probably feeling human connections for the first time in maybe 20 years. Maybe. That's so powerful. And yet we ignore it and we think, okay, well, who's got the car and the house and the title? And like you watch MTV Video and that shows you what the human consciousness thinks is important. But back here, we know it's not. What happens when you see a little baby? My boy Caden was walking down the street this weekend. He's walking on his own, 1 year and 4 months, walking on the sidewalk. Everybody's like, they smile, they see him because they're reminded of who they are. They see the future. They're reminded they were human just like that and how beautiful it is to be this baby human. Like, doesn't that tell you how we value each other so much in this experience we have? And yet then we quickly forget it. And we go into this thing of what does she have? What do you have? Who's posting on social media? Who's got more followers? What political leaders saying this nonsense? I'm telling you, as humans, we're kind of stupid sometimes. We forget core messages. We go off the reservation for a long period of time, right? Slavery is right. Smoking is good for us. All these we can go down those roads for hundreds of years, thousands of years without anyone snapping out of it and saying, wait a second, racism, all this stuff. What are you talking about? But like every now and then we'll see the light. It's just like, make sure you stay focused on the bigger picture and don't get caught up in these crazy little, these petty kind of wars and mentalities. Yeah. And I think also if you keep having conversations, art of listening, have exposure to different types of people, you're constantly reminded that there's a bigger picture out there. So yeah, that's what I've learned from the guests. And it is uncanny to me that a lot of these thinkers are saying the same things to me. I was on the phone with Dorian a couple months ago, and it was about a year after our movie. And I was speaking to Luis, our director here, and he had a revelation the night before. And he came in the studio, he's like, Brian, we are being used here as London Real to transmit this message of truth to the world. We are actually being used by the collective consciousness and all this. And I was like, oh, come on. Yeah, you watch too many episodes of London Real. Come on, we're a media company and we're using YouTube and we're building the academy and we're making a difference, but come on. And that was my initial reaction. And then I was on the phone with Dorian and Dorian was talking. He's like, yeah, man, I'm down here. You got to come down and see me. We're making another movie. This is what I'm thinking these days. I'm getting more of these vibrations, and I love the Mantak Chia episode. And he was telling us stuff. And I said, Dorian, Luis had this revolution that we're being used as a conduit for a greater message of humanity. And he said, of course we are, Brian. What the hell do you think's going on here? And I was like, yeah,
that's cool.
Of course we are, and it is true.
Yeah.
But even I can forget it.
Yes.
But if you just take a step back, I mean, and again, some also like plant intelligence. The plants have this message. Sure. And sometimes you got to look to them and let them remind you what the plan is, and that's what some of those plant medicines and so that's, I think maybe that is what we are here. We're this conduit. Maybe we're something that's going to save us from ourselves.
Right.
And like I said, maybe the plant medicines are helping us do that, even though we're trying to kill all the plants in this world. Maybe they're ultimately going to remind us to save ourselves. And maybe we're a conduit for the human race trying to remind itself to clean its act up, and save ourselves. And I'm not pessimistic on the future. I'm extremely optimistic. But if you spend a lot of time on Twitter feed, you could get real pessimistic on the future. So don't do that. Yeah. Don't do that.
So before I came here, I asked you if anything was off limits. You said, of course not. It's London Real. So I do have what I think is a tough question.
Hit me. There is no limits, and rarely does a guest come in here and ever say, Brian, I don't want to talk about this. Honestly, it happened like twice.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize how special that was until it happened those 2 times. And I just looked at them and I said, really? I mean, I respected it, but I didn't like it because I feel like it's London Real and then let's get real. And look, I have respect for my guests. So I believe I know how hard to push it. And I don't want to do something for a soundbite. I don't want to, call out somebody and say something so I can get a 60-second piece that'll make Christian Amanpour look stupid, or make fun of Eddie Izzard so I can get something that gets 1 million views. We could have done that a long time ago. The London Reel could be a bigger channel, and we would have lost ourselves in the meantime.
Sure.
But I want to talk about everything, and talk about anything. So I don't know what you're going to ask me about.
Well, it's more of
but feel free to ask me about anything. And again, I've made decisions in the past that I'm not proud of. I've made some that I'm proud of, and I'm always looking to learn, but I always want to talk about the realness of it. I don't claim to be some kind of a great man or a great saint. London Reel is not about Brian Rose and the Brian Rose Show. I'm a conduit to get you to do the things you don't want to do in order to have a better life, a better human experience, to make more of an imprint, to do something better for humanity. That's why I'm here. I'm not here to get 1 million Twitter followers. I'm not here for you to say, I want to be like Brian. I'm not here for you to put me on a pedestal. I don't want that. So if it takes me talking about my failures and my mistakes and my stressful moments, cool. So
no
pressure on you, but this better be
more of a curiosity question.
Down and dirty. Yes, hit me.
As a London Reeler.
Yes.
Why did you pull Peter Sage?
Great question. Okay, good question. So Peter Sage was a guy that I interviewed 2 years into the show. And I'd never heard of, over there on the other one. I'd never heard of Peter. But we had some kind of interns working for us at the time, and they used to kind of volunteer the time because we had no money. We were talking earlier about our camera setup, and we've got lights and ninjas and stuff. But back in the day, we couldn't afford a camera, let alone an employee. So we had people that would come and volunteer their time like 5 or 10 hours a week. And he brought me this guy. I was like, this Peter Sage guy. And I looked at him, I'm like, what is this? And space energy. And I never heard of him, but I was like, okay. So Peter came down and we filmed this episode, and it was a wonderful episode. Super inspirational. Peter was talking and just hitting all these great sound bites. And Peter is a great speaker. Yes. And we put that out, and it was watched by a lot of people. And it was a very popular episode. And, and I was like, wow, okay, cool. Peter's got some great inspirational thoughts. On the back of that, on the episode, he mentioned Dan Pena. On the back of that, Dan contacted me 6 or 8 months later and wanted to be on the show. And I ignored him. And finally, I had him on the show, and that whole relationship started. So that was that. And then Peter kind of ditched his space energy business. I think he had some problems with it. It went wrong. Look, there's still court cases going on about what happened there, but it didn't end great. And so he started doing another business. He started getting into more of his speaking and motivational business, which was always, I think, a side project for him. Came back to England and was doing that. And he's very good at that. And that's what he does. But he was still dealing with some old problems, I think, in this company. And also I got emails from people saying, do you know this about him? Do you know this is happening? And my kind of gut response was, honestly, it's none of my business. That's your business. If it's a corporate entity and you want to have a beef with him, then you should talk to him about that. So, but I had some indications like, okay, heard some things here and there. But at the end of the day, I'm not to judge about this. And that was that. And that kind of petered along. And it was like, no pun intended. And so, it is what it was. And so that piece of content stayed up there. And again, I always have this conversation with myself. I mean, we're not a news channel. We are the curator of people worth watching. And whether I like it or not, when I have someone on the show, I am endorsing them to a certain extent. And I've had to say no to people that would have gotten me 1 million views because I don't really endorse what they're saying. And I wouldn't feel comfortable about having them on the show. And so I'm torn because at one point, this is a piece of London Reel history, and it's a great conversation who inspires people. At the other point in the spectrum, I'm kind of endorsing that this is someone that I back. And this episode was getting hundreds of thousands of views. And it was also sending Peter a lot of leads to his program. And people were like, oh, I went to this and I went to this and thank you so much. And I'm doing this. And I'm like, okay, you're a human being. You're intelligent. You're mature. You can make your own decisions. But I had also had a lot of other information in the background, which I wasn't going to talk about, but it was just had me asking questions. And I spoke to Pena about this stuff, and he had heard these things too, and some other people as well. Left it alone. But when finally a lot of this stuff hit the fan and this court case came out and the issues came up about him being sued and all these other things happened, it was honestly the straw that broke the camel's back. And I said, okay, I have to make a decision here. And guess what? Guess what leaders do in positions? They make difficult decisions. Right. And that's what I had to make. And I had to make a difficult decision. To be honest, Roger, the easy decision would have been to do nothing. Right. I leave it up. And some people complain. There's negative comments on YouTube. Like I've never dealt with that before. But like I could just say, well, it's up to you and you're a big boy. But I was like, you know what? I think I'm misrepresenting what he's all about and all this stuff. And I just made a conscious decision. And to be honest, when I make a conscious decision about anything, when it comes to London Real, as in, I don't think this person represents our ethos, and I don't think I need to keep curating them, or I want to promote who they are. Or when I'm taking the show solo and I'm no longer going to have my co-host on that originally started the show with me, I make the decision, and I don't do regret. I don't do guilt. I think those are useless emotions. So once I make the decision, it's over. And so I made the choice to private the episode. And since then, some people said, yeah, I used to watch it once a year and it inspired me. And yeah, for you, I apologize. But I made this decision to basically say, I'm not going to continue endorsing it. And from a selfish perspective, you know, I lost hundreds of thousands of views on YouTube and whatever, potential blah, 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 blah. So it's not really in my interest to do that. But I made the decision that, you know what, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to get a lot of blowback, and people are not going to like me, and it's not fair, and blah, blah, blah. And I got a lot of that too. And that's okay. Because at the end of the day, I don't really care what you're going to say about me. There's going to be people hating.
Right.
I'm on this 100-year mission for London Real. You know, we're changing the world. It doesn't involve you liking me at all. It doesn't involve that at all. Right. It doesn't even involve Peter Sage or Dan Pena or, honestly, Ido Portal or Dorian Yates. It's about this ethos, about us putting out these ideas and these stories that are going to keep changing the world forever. So I can take the heat on that. Honestly, who knows? I could do the same with 10 other episodes at some point. I don't know.
Just curious. Yeah.
But yeah, that's why I did it. And again, I didn't explain myself either. I didn't go back, and I just said, look, I'm doing this, and that's it. And there was a lot of comments, and I didn't answer them because that's my decision.
Yeah.
And that's it. So and look, I don't know what's going to happen with Peter or what's going to happen in the future. And honestly, I don't care. It's none of my business. All I know is that as London Real, I had to make a decision that I wasn't going to keep endorsing this message. And I was going to take the sacrifice of not having a piece of inspiration that could help someone versus the downside of it telling someone that I endorse this person, and I don't. At least I'm not confident enough to say that I do wholeheartedly. So now it's off, and everything's going to be okay. Yeah, I believe. So that's it.
Great. One of the things I was really attracted to London Real for was you gave so much away for free. So to watch an episode, all you have to do is provide your email address, which is great. And you know, there's a big trend in free content, and I love that, and I love that now I'm part of that. How important is it to you, the new Brian, to be a giver? I see that you're very giving of your time, your energy, your intellectual property.
Great question. First of all, when it comes to free content, you know, when I started back in 2011, there wasn't a lot out there. There wasn't a lot of long form video content. Podcasts, they were there. It was still quite a novelty. And there were people saying you got to privatize that content and stick it in a chat room. There's some guy in London doing the same thing. He sent me an email and said, would you stop doing this because I have, you know, my content for paid and I'm making a little bit of money here. And
make it look bad.
Yeah. And so for me, first of all, I was inspired by Rogan, who put it out there. And for me, they were great messages. And so we were always just going to stick it out there. But I really questioned myself about year 2 or year 3 when it was like, all right, Brian can close London Real, which would not be good for global consciousness, and go back to banking, which would not be good for global consciousness or Brian consciousness. Those were my options unless I found a way to turn this into a business. So at some point I had to think about it, but I always kind of knew you had to give this content away for free. You had to get more people watching the message. I always knew that was important. It wasn't until the last 2 or 3 years where I realized that this is a part of a proper business strategy that I'm going to be teaching you inside the Business Accelerator, which is that, you know, all great companies have all sorts of different price points of products. And that is free products, low cost products, and quite expensive products, and sometimes even more super expensive products. And every company that's successful has them. And this is what we teach inside the Accelerator. And I learned the hard way. But in the beginning, I gave away a lot of free content, and it allowed us to expand this huge brand and get all these people on board and to educate people and build the London Real brand. To whereas when I opened the Academy, you know, we made $10,000 in a week and $100,000 soon afterwards and more after that, because we'd already set up this funnel, if you will. And now it's part of the Business Accelerator process that we teach. But so I think every business should understand they're first in the free content business first, and you better be good at it. Or you're going to have nobody that wants to buy your other products. They need to feel your ethos and feel your energy. So that's what we're all about. Now we've modified it slightly to where now 45 minutes of the full episode is free on YouTube. The rest is free on our site if you come and give us your email.
Right.
So it's still free. It's slightly tiered. That allows us to then follow up with the people that really care, because only the hardcore London Reelers watch the full episode and come to the website. I'm telling you, there's literally 25 million people out there, or maybe more, that bounce around on YouTube. They watch 10 minutes here and 10 minutes there. They might have watched 25 different episodes of London Reel and never come to the website.
Mm-hmm.
That's okay. Those people are probably not ready to be empowered.
Mm-hmm.
They're in the enlightenment stage.
Mm-hmm.
They've probably maybe tried things, but they're not really empowered. Once they go to the empower, they want to see the full episode. They want to hear, well, how can I take action? Then they come to the website, and that's when we start giving them the opportunity to join the academy. So it's all part of our business model. We teach all of this inside the Business Accelerator. And then we have our academy products where we actually transform you, kicking and screaming through really intense, hardcore effort that we only do like once a year. We put these programs on, so take advantage of them. 8 weeks, everybody does it together around the world. You become like family, and then it's over. So, but again, very important to put out free products. So you saw all of our episodes are free, and we put out highly produced episodes. We spend a lot of money on free product, probably more than anything else. We spend money on this: sets, guests, suits, video team. Our video team is, between staff and virtual members, 6 members cranking out video content, right? That's crazy. Mm-hmm. So we produce this, and people say thank you, and that's good enough. Honestly, that'll help my karma anyways. I can already die a happy man. But if you can pay for it as a business, it's even better. And it doesn't stop there. I have to also put out my other ideas. So for the Business Accelerator course, you saw we put out a 3-part video series, 90 minutes, basically opening up the whole curtain and showing you how to turn your passion into a business, how we maximize social media, how to create a digital product, how to even brainstorm your business idea from your passions and your talents and test the market, how to create an end-to-end ecosystem, how to do a product life cycle. I mean, we gave it out there. Yeah. And a lot of people have said, thank you, I'm going to take that and use it for free and work on my own business. And I'm like, great, please do that. But the people that really want to build businesses, or they really want to take their shows to the next level like you did, they know they need private mentoring from people who have done the work, not from people that do TED Talks about the work. I mean, these days, everybody and their mother is a social media expert, right? But who is in the trenches every single day? Who went from 1 view to 50 million views on YouTube? Who went from 1 Twitter follower to 130,000 the old-fashioned way? We did. Right. So we teach it because we can, we walk the walk, so we can talk the talk as well. So we do that, but I have to put out free product first. So we constantly give it away for free. Broadcast Yourself, we give away free product. Public Speaking Accelerator, I'm going to give away 3 30-minute videos teaching you everything you can possibly know. But when you want to make it actually happen in your life, you come to me, and then you will get you that business in 8 weeks with revenue. You won't do it on your own. Yeah. I know you won't. You'll talk about it. You'll do the first 2 weeks, but when it becomes uncomfortable, you'll find something better to do that day. You'll go back to your day job. You'll go surf the internet. You'll go eat a donut, or you go have a drink. But in the accelerator, you're going to be on my call, and I'm going to hunt you down, and you're going to do the work, and you're going to post those vlogs of yourself, even though it's uncomfortable, and you're going to put them on your Facebook page. And guess what? Your friends aren't going to make fun of you. They're going to say, wow, you've got more guts than I do. And then 8 weeks later, when you have a business, they'll say, wow, I wish I had done that. That's what we're all about. Yeah. But it starts with that free product. So look, I'm so glad I didn't think small in the beginning. And there were days where I thought small, well, let's just keep the content back and we'll charge a little bit. But there would be no London Reel as you know it if I had tried to monetize early. And instead, I went with my heart and thought, let's just get the content out there. So again, trust your gut on a lot of this stuff. And I try to trust my gut. Look, I'm sure I'll go off course sometime in the future, but hopefully with good people around me, with the viewers, with some plant medicines, I'll be reminded, Brian, it's about the journey. It's about London Reel. It's about the 100-year plan. It's about the welfare of others. It's about global consciousness. It's about contributing to humanity in a real way. And I do believe we're doing that here. Yeah. So that's what it's all about. That's my metric at the end of the day. It's not the number of people in the Business Accelerator or our revenues or our views. That's not what's important. My metric is the way I make people feel and the changes I make. It's one of my affirmations every morning.
That's great. So we talked about giving, and next I wanted to go to how easy is it for you today to prepare versus it was in the beginning? And it sounds cliche. I know this is not easy, but you make it appear easy. There's a lot of preparation I know that goes into preparing for a conversation. But I guess from the standpoint of delivery, do you feel you're kind of hard on yourself? You're constantly saying, I could get better, I could do this, I could do that. But it's a tremendous delivery. I aspire to do that. How is it today versus 4 years ago?
Look, today it's so much better. I mean, I feel great talking to you right now. I feel like I can tell you these ideas. I feel like I can, be myself, which is great. Of course, I'm in the opposite seat. But for me to actually do, that, to lead the conversation. Look, it's gotten easier to prepare. My anxiety's gotten easier. I mean, the first year, literally the day of, I would just have to go take a break and walk through the park. And I would be like, oh, really, I would get anxious. I'm an introvert by definition. I don't enjoy performing in front of people. Being on camera is tricky. Even in the day, having conversations with strangers wouldn't have been something I would have done on a regular basis. So I've gotten better, but also I've gotten worse. And I've had interviews where I over-prepared. The second Dorian Yates interview, I think I over-prepared. And actually, I thought that was a failure when it was done. Turns out it's like one of our most watched episodes ever. Same with the Ido Portal. Second interview, I thought I failed. That's the reason we did the moving conversation, because I was so hard on myself. I thought that was absolute garbage. Now, even though that's been watched probably more than any of our other conversations. So, but then again, that led to the moving conversation. So look, like I said, this is a piece of art. I get a random person in the door, never met me before. I don't know what kind of day they're having. I don't know who's screwed with their life, if their book's messed up, if their wife is about to leave them, if they have jet lag in London, if they just ate some bad fish and chips. They come in the door, they look at the studio, they don't know who I am. They sit down. I don't know what kind of day I'm having. Technology, boom, go. It's live. You have one shot. There's no edit. Now I have to piece together the most beautiful story you've ever seen in your life. One, just like a movie that, Soderbergh would take 3 years to create, where it peaks and you open the characters and you think you know who they are. And then there's a transition moment and a conflict, but is the conflict okay? Do I like this person? I think I hate this person. Well, wait a second, there's more. Where does it go? Are they going to cry? Are they going to tell me something important? And so I have to structure this thing, and I'm the ringleader, and I have to bring it along. Maybe they talk too much as the guest. Maybe they don't want to open up. Maybe they don't trust me. I have to get them open, get them vulnerable. And the clock is ticking. Minute 22, minute 24, Brian. People are getting bored. Step it up. So for me, there's always room for improvement to get that perfect orchestra, that moment of grace. That's what I'm looking for, to where then we wrap at the end and the music comes on and you watch that London Real episode and you're like, wow, I feel transformed. I was on the edge of my seat. I didn't like that person at first, and then I did like him, and I never thought they would do that. And then they cried, and then they said something nasty. That Simon Mann mercenary guy, he laughed, and this crazy, insane laughter. Of course we deal with terrorists. And you're like, oh my gosh, this guy is insane. I was just starting to like him. That's what I want, that kind of drama. And so for me to be able to do that repeatedly, I got to be on my own game, which means I have to be prepared, but not over prepared. If I script that interview too much, I'm not dynamic. I have to have fun. I have to let my own emotion come out. I have to joke a little bit. I have to give you my opinion. I have to disagree. I have to call you out on that. But yes, I also have to let you give your message. So, man, I've got a long way to go. I'm constantly learning. I always think I can get better. I'm very hard on myself, but I think that's appropriate. Maybe a little too hard, but it'll just force me to keep getting better. And I watch the greats. I look at someone like Charlie Rose, which is great. Some of these people edit as well, though, so don't be too harsh on yourself. There's no editing here at London Real. So, if there's an awkward moment, it's awkward. I think that's beautiful as well. I've had long silences. What's the best advice you ever received? I had 20 seconds of silence. So, but let it happen. Nigel Benn cried for like 2 minutes straight. I had to put my hand on his knee. I didn't know if he was going to stop. I was like, oh my gosh, but that's real. So, yeah, the truth is I'm better at preparing. I also have, a great team here as well, who also give me their ideas before the show. And I'm like, what do you guys think? What's the thing that bothers you about him? What do you think? So we brainstorm a little bit, but I constantly go in, I watch all the videos, I read all the articles. I try to construct it in my mind, and I taught you a lot of this inside the course. So I try to construct the narrative in my mind. I want to ask the questions that bother me. That's what makes a great journalist. Why something's not right here. This all looks good on the outside, but there's some BS going on here in this part. Like, okay, it looks like your life is perfect, but I know it's not. So how do you get up every day and do the same thing every day? Everyone says you're a genius, but Conor McGregor, you and I both know you're tired of fighting in the UFC, aren't you? How many more belts do you want? You're going to retire soon. Doesn't that bother you? Like, there's always the question you can ask someone. So yeah, the truth is that it's still a work in progress, which is probably why I love this job so much. One of my guests, Ryan Holiday, said the obstacle is the way. He wrote a book called that, and he has it tattooed on his arm. And I'm constantly trying to remind myself of that. The obstacle is the way. So when it came to launching our online products and our digital academy, I didn't know how to do it. What could I do? Try to hire the best in the world? Or could we figure it out ourselves?
Right.
That's more fun.
Yeah.
Can we figure out how to broadcast live by ourselves? More fun. Can we figure out how to scale our academy by ourselves? Can we figure out how to teach ourselves? That's more fun. And that's where the reward comes, the IP comes. So yeah, the obstacle is the way. This is a beautiful obstacle. I'll never get it right. I can always do better. So anyways, I hope it looks good on the outside, but I always think I could be a little bit better.
And this online coursework that I've been a part of, and we're seeing Tim Ferriss and many others do this, what a way to get an education in a short period of time, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
it's an amazing way. Yeah, I don't think Tim is doing it. I think actually Tim stays away from the online teaching, because I think for him, he likes to do books and invest in businesses, do other things that scale. But look, what's happening today is incredible when it comes to education. And if you can find the right place and the right mentors and the right experience, you can get an amazing education. I went to the Sloan School of Management, right? One of the greatest business schools in the world. It was part of MIT, and I took courses right alongside the MBA students for a year. Before I graduated, I almost went and got my MBA, but I was qualified like for half the degree. And yet I didn't learn anything about starting a business. And everything I teach in the Business Accelerator, I didn't learn in 2 years of Sloan. So the problem is that sometimes the actionable knowledge that you get on the ground isn't being taught in universities. And the other problem with online courses, and I don't think that's what we do, is that they're purely digital. Mm-hmm. And that's why I think about 5% of the people that buy online courses complete them. That's 5 out of 100. That means if you spend $3,000 for an online course, most of that you're just kind of giving away, right? Right. You know, what is that? $2,800 and some dollars you're giving away because you're not going to use it. So that's why with our courses, we have a 96% success rate, because we go in there and we make sure it's like a real interactive experience. Which, how do you do that with an iPad and digital media? We found the way, and you know what it's like.
It's incredible.
We push you out of your comfort zone. You upload video, you're on live calls, you form teams, you get to know each other, you bleed, you cry, you sweat with each other, you have great successes, you have joy, you lean on each other, you push each other. It's just a beautiful thing. And at the end, you come to London, you hang out with me, you can give me a hug. I'm not advocating tattoos. I don't have any. And I'm not advocating you get a London Real tattoo, but if you do, I'm honored. Please send me a video of that. But I'm just saying, I think we found a different way to do it. And I think it's because we care. Yeah. That's it. It's in our company culture. You can feel with the team members. Someone like Julian Bales is amazing. Julian Bales has a proper way of doing things, and they are done properly. Why? Because it's the proper way of doing things. It's very English, right? And that's when no one's looking. Mm-hmm. So when you come to a super focus group, there are drinks afterwards. There is chilled beer and chilled wine. We don't advertise that. We make sure you have a good time and you're satisfied. When the guest comes, you get a swag bag. We send an engraved knife to every single guest at the end of a London Real episode that they get in their kitchen. That has something engraved, a special little note from us, from them. No one knows about that. The guest knows. So that's what we do here. And so we took education to this level, and we know we're onto something. This accountability thing, that's really what we have. And that's why I know these 100,000 people we're going to touch in the next 5 years, they are going to go do big things, because it's literally like laying hands on someone. Mm-hmm. And so I'm really excited. But again, that was done with the team here. Alexander Ziri, our head of product, crucial in that, really putting together these amazing experiences, and all the team leaders around the world, Chris Albert, Andrea, Lisa May, Alex Melia, these are people on the ground that are helping us teach these courses. Christina from our last Business Accelerator. These are people making it happen. So yeah, I'm super proud of all of them.
What makes you happy?
It's a great question. I spoke earlier about this difference between pleasure and happiness. It's never more obvious to me now. My life looks like a grind from the outside. It's a grind. It's a grind. It's a lot of hard work. People look and say, "When's your vacation? When's your break?" But through that grind, I find happiness, and a lot of times we do it as a team. I'm just so honored to be around this team. And like, we look at each other at the end of that Ido Portal movie and we know that we have moved mountains. Like, you'll never even know by watching that movie how hard we worked on it, but we know, and it's a special moment that all of us have, and that makes me happy. I'm so proud of the way that people grow here. I'm so proud of us. I'm so proud of everything, our guest booking team, our product team, our video team, our everything, strategy, technology, they're all just on point. So I'm really happy with those little things. I'm just proud to come in and lead this team and be inspired. What makes me happy? My family, trying to empower them really makes me happy. Pushing myself. There's a line in Wall Street where Bud Fox, the young trader, says to his father, who's a union worker, who's not Gecko, and he said, one day you're going to be proud of me, Dad. And his dad says, it's yourself you got to be proud of. And it's true. So how do I make myself proud? Well, by coming correct, by waking up every morning, by being disciplined, by doing my meditation, by coming here, leading, pushing myself, coming out of here exhausted, going home, supporting Mariana, trying to be there for the kids and trying to be open and be loving and giving, and always like not fight when there's a confrontation, to try to find another way. And sometimes I fail, but that keeps me really happy. I don't know. This is one of the happiest I've ever been in my life.
Did you ever think that you would be here? I mean, could you imagine 5 years ago?
Oh, no. Like when we got our television deal with London Live here, and our stuff started being broadcasted in full form on television here in London in the morning. You could wake up at 6 or 7 a.m. on your way to the city or something. You could watch the full interview of Chris Eubank. I thought if you had told me on the trading floor in 2011, if one day, Brian, you're going to be broadcast on television having conversations with professional boxers, I would have just slapped you. Right. I would have rolled on the floor laughing, because it's just so out of my conception that I would have been doing it. And I'll tell you what, 5 years from now, I want to be doing something that's equally as flabbergasting, maybe even sooner. And I want the whole team to be feeling the same. I want us to all be doing something where we look around and being like, are you kidding me? Are we really on the next space shuttle? And Elon Musk is in the back, and we're going to document from a real perspective the first journey to Mars. Like, I don't know what I'm talking about, right. But we're going to be doing the craziest real stuff, where we're going to be like, pinch ourselves. Is this real? That's the kind of things I want to be doing. And we get there by coming in every day, working hard, being disciplined, sweating all the little things. Discipline equals your freedom. Make sure that everything is by the book, everything is professional, everything we've gone all in on. That's one of those things. Also, going risk, investing in things you don't know if they're going to pay off. Push yourself to do things you're scared about, not sure of. Have a guest on. I don't know if this is the right guest to have on. Boom, it opens up an idea. It gets an idea in your brain. Go do things that are uncomfortable, that are scary. Fly to Israel and think you can make a movie. I mean, what are you thinking? So if we continue doing that, we're going to find ourselves in these situations. If we pull back the throttle and rest on our laurels and sit in the studio having these same conversations for the next 5 years and never develop any new products and have the same staff and keep talking about psychedelics and keep talking about inspiration, we're going to die. So kill your darlings, move on. We're going to leave the studio in 2 weeks. Part of it hurts, and part of me knows this is the way forward. Burn this place down. I love it. It's time to move on. It's time to leave the old desks behind and go forward. That's great. And so that's what we're going to do.
Yeah. Through the course, you also talked about the importance of publishing. Publish, publish, publish. Wow, that was a great lesson for me. It's not easy to do, but once you do it and you let go and you don't look back, like you instructed us not to look back, what a feeling. I have not watched. I listened to it once as I publish it, and I don't go back. It's a great feeling.
Yeah, it's a waste of time to watch your content. I think Jared Leto, the guy who's in 30 Seconds to Mars or whatever it is called, and he's also a filmmaker and he's a great actor. And he's just said, why would I ever watch my own movies? It's water under the bridge. Right. The rear view mirror in your car, like rip it off the windshield. What's the point? Mm-hmm. And as a broadcaster, you have one job: broadcast. Yep. Let other people read and watch it and read the reviews, and every now and then fine. Get one of your close friends to go back and maybe read them and give you a little bit of a course adjustment, 1 degree or 2 degrees for the future. Don't worry about it. Don't count the views. Work on the next piece of content, MVP, minimum viable product. It's what we teach in the Business Accelerator and in Broadcast Yourself. Do your best. Put that episode out, move on to the next episode. Keep a regular schedule. Don't get too precious about it. I love Dr. Dre, but he still hasn't published his latest album, all right? He is a perfectionist. He makes great stuff, but he probably errs on the side of not producing enough. So yeah, you've got to publish and move on. You got to put out an MVP. As I say in the Business Accelerator, if you are not embarrassed by your first podcast, your first product, your first vlog, your first blog, your first public speech, then it came too late.
So true.
Get it done, learn, adjust, get the feedback, make the next one. I'm still not happy with this production process. It could be better. We'll get better, but we're going to publish it because we learn. What if I had never published the first episode of London Real? When the lighting's bad and I got stupid hair and I don't even know what to say, I would have never got to the next level. So for anybody listening, you have to publish, and that can mean anything. That just means pull the trigger. Pull the trigger. Fear stops us all from doing everything. But as Dan Pena would say, it's false expectations appearing real. They are just phantoms. 99% of the time, it's completely unfounded. And yet our human brain makes us stop taking action. Go for it. Pull the trigger. What's the worst that's going to happen? Nothing. You're going to advance. So yeah, make sure
it was great advice.
Keep publishing. And for a broadcaster, it's your lifeline.
Okay.
Publish.
Yeah. Do you ever cry?
I cry, yes. Sometimes when the guest is talking to me, I get emotional and I get teary. I really do. Sometimes I can barely hold it together. You can probably hear me in an episode sometimes. My voice cracks. Sometimes it happens when I'm teaching because I get very emotional when I teach, especially when I'm closing a class or I'm talking about someone that's very important to me. What else do I cry? To be really honest, Roger, lately when I'm doing yoga, and I've been doing yoga since Dorian Yates taught me about yoga a year ago for that documentary. I came back to London. I did what he did, which was put out vibrations and see if I could get a yoga instructor. And actually someone from the London Real Academy, her name is Pauletta. She's actually on the Business Accelerator as well. This time you'll meet her. She's amazing. And she said, Brian, I do yoga and I'll teach you. So she's been teaching me. And a lot of times in the middle of yoga, I'll just.
The emotion.
Yeah. And I'll start crying and I'll start thinking about Caden and I'll just start crying. I usually hold it back because I'm, in front of a girl. And so I don't cry or hold it back, but I can get really emotional. Sometimes thinking about my boys and thinking about my family, and Mariana will get me emotional. The crew is seeing me sometimes when I'm emotional right now. When I think about the documentary or, how hard the people work here. The people work really hard here, making things out. Yeah, Luis, he puts so much emotion into these movies and he works so hard, and just to see that happen, it's emotional.
Yeah.
So yeah, sometimes I do. I'm working on my crying on cue though. I can't do it yet. But that's okay. And that's
healthy, right?
It's healthy. And all great speakers and leaders get emotional. If you think about it, Dan Pena gets emotional. General Patton used to get emotional. And so any real human has emotions. The other side is passion. If I speak with passion and excitement, and I'm pumped up and I'm like, let's do this, there has to be an opposite side of emotion, sad, pain, when that doesn't go right. Like it's a yin and a yang.
Right.
So I'm good with it. I'm cool with it. That being said, the tough guy part of me just made me stop crying right now. And I that guy I still battle with. And again, the leader can't be crying every morning meeting. So,
Right.
But I do get emotional about it because it's very personal. What we do here is personal stuff. So yeah, I do get emotional about that.
What inspires you?
Other people doing great things.
Yes.
Other great broadcasters inspire me. My guests, when they have them here, I get super inspired by what they do. I'm like, wow, look at Anito Portal and the stuff he does and the criticism he gets, and he still goes out there and puts in the work. I mean, I'm telling you, you see anyone at the top of their game, you have no idea the work they put in. And when they get in this chair, hopefully we get a glimpse into what it's like. And, people hate on pop stars or actors and they got there easy. They got there good. I'm telling you, if there's someone out there with 1 million Twitter followers, most of the time I get them in this chair and guess what I find? Hard work, struggle, pain, man, brutal. And they might just be somebody that makes happy videos and you think it's easy. No, they're professionals. Yes. They make it look easy. There's a story behind almost everyone. Yeah, your tagline. And so that's another way of having empathy for people. So I get inspired all the time by people like that, by people around me, by my team members who just go the extra mile when they don't have to.
Right.
You know, they stay late and they work on something. They don't have to. We put in 3 days on a video trailer that will be watched, and maybe people will watch it, maybe they won't.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the guest will like it, maybe they won't. Maybe the guest will say, I don't like it, take it down. You know, sometimes no good deed goes unpunished. You know, you'd be amazed the kind of things that we deal with sometimes on the back end. But again, we're professionals, so you wouldn't know about it. But, you know, sometimes that happens. So
Right.
I get inspiration everywhere. I love great broadcasters, great athletes. Conor McGregor inspired me, not because everybody gets on the Conor McGregor bandwagon, but he inspired me because he put it all on the line. We put this in the movie, you know, the Shoshin, the beginner's mind, willing to go to where that fear is, go to where that pain is, go to where failure might be, even though it's more safe and comfortable to sit back, you know, get that UFC belt, make that money.
Mm-hmm.
You lose to Mayweather, you might get knocked out in the first round and be there unconscious, bloody corpse. Everybody's laughing at you. Why do that? But he did it.
Yeah.
Why? Because he can. That's the reason. The obstacle's the way. So go out there, put it on the line. That's what he does in every fight. Put it on the line. Always, he puts all the chips on red number 15. And when he wins, he puts them all on that again and all on that again. And we sit there and we watch. We watch because we can't do it. Those are the people that inspire me. And I'd like to try to do those same things. So that's what we're trying to do with our movies, with our content, with everything. Put it on the line. And those are the kind of people that inspire me, that I can see behind the scenes. Not the people that are great at what they do, but the people that put it on the line. So.
And right along those lines, you've talked about in the past that you weren't always a risk taker. Played it somewhat conservative. Today, you're a big risk taker. And I admire that. And look, whatever business we're in, if we don't take risk, how are we ever going to know? You know, so when was that shift for you? When did you say, okay, it's time. I have to do this.
As much as I don't want to admit it.
I'm all in.
Yeah, as much as I don't want to admit it, that change came from the $50 billion man himself, Mr. Dan Pena, who I both equally love and hate. Yes.
I wouldn't have known.
Right. Mm-hmm. That's the way I feel about Dan, which must mean there is something there. Yeah. There is a relationship there, and even Dan would admit it. I think we are very valuable to each other. As much as I do hate him sometimes, I do know that he values me and he loves me somehow. And he might actually even admit to that at this point. He gets older every year, which is a good thing for us. And he will probably outlive me as well, to my chagrin. But look, let's be honest about Pena. He came into my life 3.5 years ago when this show wasn't really going anywhere, you know? Hadn't really thought about a business. I was broadcasting, but I didn't know where I was going. I was solo, didn't have a lot of people that were helping me, probably because Brian Rose doesn't need any help. Mm-hmm. And Pena came into my life and he offered me a chance to come to the castle. And it was a great experience. I had an amazing time up there. I wrote a great blog about it. We might be making a movie about it. And he said to me, Brian, you're an engineer, which is his term for engineer. And he's like, the good thing about engineers is they get his process well. They understand that it works, but they don't take risk. And that's your problem. And no one had ever told me that. Even Mother Ayahuasca never told me that, with the reflection on me. And that's why I called going up to the castle drinking the Peñasca, because Dan is a lot like a plant medicine. He tells you the things you don't want to hear about yourself that could be true. And then you have to process them. And when you're hearing them, it's not nice. Mm-hmm. Just like when Mother Ayahuasca is beating you over the head saying you're a bad father, you're not a good human, you're not treating these people well in your life. Why don't you shape it up? And then she says that about 100 more times really loud while shaking your brain. You're like, I get it. I get it. So Pena does something similar. Now, he's not always right, everything he says, but some of it was right. And so I took that on board and I realized I don't know myself as well as I think I do. None of us know ourselves as much as we do. We're the easiest person to lie to. I think Richard Feynman said that, right? We're the easiest one to fool, and we fool ourselves all the time, right? We tell ourselves these exaggerated stories of what's happening. You're going to see it in the first 2 weeks of the Business Accelerator. People are walking around with the perfect business idea for 5 years, In the first 2 weeks of the Accelerator, I'm going to introduce them to reality and to the competition. And they're going to say, oh my God, that idea is stupid. It will never work. The good news is we're going to show them how to make it work. But they're going to come to that reality. Again, learning at a rate they're not accustomed to, which is not nice, but it's necessary and helpful. So the same came with me. With that, I got to take more risks. So I came back and I try to engineer risks into my life and into London Real. But to be honest, I disagree with you. I am not a risk taker. I need to take more risks. And if we want to get to the next level, I got to be willing to take some Conor McGregor type risks, to put it all on Red 17 more often and get to that next level. But of course, not blow out the show in the meantime. Right. So yeah, I'm always on that fine line of doing that. And we do take risks around here, but I want to take more.
So we share something in common that millions and millions of men share, and that's fatherhood. I have a wonderful wife, Sabrina, daughter Alexis, son Roger, and they make me who I am. You have Ariana, you now have Damon and Caden, and of course Gabby. What's it like to have 3 children around the home, and how does the new Brian Rose feel about fatherhood?
I absolutely love it. I just love it. It's just so natural. It feels great. I'm carrying these boys around and it's just like, I don't know. It was like meant to be. I think Tim Ferriss had the similar conclusion when he went and hunted a deer down and he was dressing and he said, feels like I've done this before or I've meant to do this. It was just something carnal as a human being. And for me, it just feels right. It feels so right. Now, let me preface that by saying, without Mariana, I might be feeling differently because I might be on night duty or diaper duty or whatever duty. And sometimes I am, but most of the times I'm not. And so I think she makes that experience so much different for me. So that being said, let me say that very clearly. Yes. So, but as a parent, I love it. All the things I thought it would be, pressure, responsibility I don't want, all the horrors you hear about parenthood, you're not going to sleep, you'll never have a life again. It's just nonsense. It's not true. It's just amazing and wonderful. I feel obligated. I feel honored. It's special. It's hard sometimes, but again, I'm just trying to say, what am I learning? I must be getting some IP here when Caden is losing his stuff in the middle of Primrose Hill and doesn't want to get into the pram. That's what I do, but it's amazing. And Gabby was my first child and pretty much adopted her when she was 6. Now she's 13. Wow. And that girl saved my life and she knows it. That's awesome. And I've told her that. And without her, I wouldn't be here. She made me, I don't know, just take my life seriously. She made me grow up. And that was a big moment for me. And it's easy to forget now with the 2 new boys, but she's a very, very special girl. And she means so much to me. She's 13 now. I'm not as cool or as necessary as I used to be, but that's okay. And I'm here for the rest of her life. I'm so proud of her. And she's becoming an amazing woman. And the last 6 months, she's just matured so much. I'm so proud of her. So that's amazing. And then now the 2 boys, you know, more to do there. But yeah, I love the experience. And yeah, it's just great. Yeah. I mean, it's just great just to watch Caden and just, I'll say this about Caden. Caden reminds me of what it's like to be human because you watch him and he's excited to be here. That's
great.
That's it.
Right.
He's pumped to be here.
Yeah.
He doesn't need a reason, doesn't need a goal, doesn't need a CV or a degree or whatever. He's just excited to be here. So I'm like, why aren't I also excited to be here? So he's a reminder that I need to be more human and not be so involved in my goals and this being just, what about just being here? Yeah. He's excited. So it's a beautiful thing to see. It shows you about life. It shows you about your mortality and what these boys are going to be and how important it is to raise them in a great way. And I want to carry on the family values, to use that word from George Bush, and the traditions of my family and my grandparents that they taught me. And I want them to be raised right, but also to be connected with their emotions in a way that I wasn't. I want them to be tough guys and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belts, but I also want them to be able to cry. I want them to be intelligent engineers and scientists, but also great businessmen and also great poets and writers. And I want them to fail in life and to try. And I want them, all those things. I want them to have a great human experience. And so I'm gonna do my best. And they're gonna tell me to do one and to go that I'm wrong, and that's okay too. And I can't wait, and I just hope I'm a great parent.
That's wonderful.
That's what I'm trying to do.
So martial arts, jiu-jitsu, big part of your background.
You're leaving no stone unturned.
Nothing.
Okay.
Honestly, how did that discipline prepare you for your role, even as a banker and now today at London Real? I've never experienced it. I know a lot of people who have, but what was it like for you personally?
So great question. So when I moved to London for the second and final time was in 2002. And I was coming from New York City. 9/11 basically happened in my backyard. My best friend sacked me. My girlfriend of 4 years left me. I was slowly killing myself, drinking myself, and whatever else I could find to death. That was my end of 2001. My 2002 started in London, and that was my new life. And at that time, one friend from mine in New York City, who used to help me to try to kill myself, said, "Brian, I've started training Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Why don't you try it?" And I'd come to London and I had a new peer group, let's say that. So I was cleaning my act up a little bit over here. And I said, "Oh, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, let me try that." And I went to Google. I don't even know if there was Google. Whatever search engine there was Google. And I found this guy, and his name was Chris Kiston. And he's a dear friend of mine. And I started training with him at a place called the Third Space in London. And I knew nothing about Brazil or Jiu-Jitsu or Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I had wrestled 1 year in high school, 3 months, and I had gone from a skinny nerd to like a kind of big guy, and that's it. I didn't go back for my second year. It was brutal. It was horrible. I lost every single match, but I pushed through, and it was an experience, but that was it. And then I went in and I got taught Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and it was the rebirth of Brian Rose. I became a man through that martial art. And this teacher of Chris Kiston was probably one of my most important mentors. And little did he know it, but he taught me so much about what I should aspire to and how to just clean up my act and how to become a better man. And I would anticipate every single week, that 7 days, to show up on that Saturday morning and take that hour of jiu-jitsu. And it changed everything about my life. It changed my body. I could see my body transform that year because I hadn't really used it in an athletic sense for years. It was just to bring my body around from one party to the next or one experience to the next. And I started getting disciplined and my body changed, and I learned about martial arts and jiu-jitsu and about respect and about hard work, and it changed me. And I always thought if I was going to do some nonsense or make some poor choice, what would Chris think of me? And he wouldn't have been very impressed because he's very disciplined. He's a very disciplined guy. Mentally, physically, he's a badass. And he's lethal on the mat as well. And he's a great instructor. And he always pushed me right to the limit. Never would knock me out when he trained me in boxing and Thai boxing and everything. He trained me in mixed martial arts. And I trained with him for 8 years in a row, sometimes 4 hours a weekend. I always joke I got my PhD from him. And we trained like madmen. We would literally beat the hell out of each other in this club every weekend. And it was a huge part of who I was. And so Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu taught me a lot. And that's why Jocko Willink talks about it and Joe Rogan talks about it. And that's why my 2 sons are going to train Jiu-Jitsu. And that's why Gabby could choke you out right now, even though she weighs half your weight. She trained Jiu-Jitsu, and it's a beautiful art that teaches you about humility, about hard work, about discipline, about going back to the drawing board, everything. It teaches you. It teaches you that you're fighting yourself a lot of the times. You think you're going to go in there and learn how to beat people up, and you learn how to not beat people up. You learn that you're not fighting them, you're fighting you. And yeah, exactly. And the more that you can calm down yourself, the more you can be effective. It's a beautiful art, and I highly encourage everyone to train in it. I was so lucky and fortunate to train with it, and it changed my whole life. My first 10 guests on London Real were all the cool guys I knew from jiu-jitsu. And I had them on the show because they were cool, because they would go into an art every single week and potentially be tapped out and choked unconscious and yet still come back. So it means they're humble, they're willing to learn, they're not about themselves, they're about the process, and it's a beautiful barometer for who you want to hang with. And it's a great art, and I love it, and I love everyone that's involved in it. I now periodically dip back into it. I went on and did boxing. I broke my nose in Thailand. I broke my arm in London at London Shoot Fight. And I'm really not a good boxer, but I try really hard. And I'm decent at Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, but I'm not naturally gifted in any of these things, which is why I love them. So again, obstacle is the way, and I kept going. Now I'm going off on some body movement, some rhythmicality and dance, and I like that a lot too. But Jiu-Jitsu is a beautiful thing, and I love it. And I love the people involved. The culture is amazing. The people are amazing. I don't have enough good things to say about it.
Awesome. You've been gracious, so gracious with your time. I just have a couple of more questions. You talk about your 5-year plan. We've talked about it privately. I know it includes breakdancing, health and conditioning, diet, and you're in pretty good shape. So, but you still have that goal. Tell us about the 5-year plan. What made you think of this, and how could others start to think about something like this?
And do you want me to kind of detail my kind of personal physical 5-year plan?
Please.
Yeah, okay. As
please.
opposed to the London Real Plan, which
yes.
Yeah.
This is personal, yes.
So I'm 46 years old, right? And I am in tremendous shape, right? I am in better shape now than I was 3 years ago, which is hard for me to believe. Like, how can that happen? I'm getting older. And trust me, men and women out there, when you hit 40, it gets like exponentially harder every year, especially if you continue with the same bad habits. And I think as much as I read about nutrition and I knew about, physicality, I really wasn't applying it or didn't really know it. And so now I move every day. I do something that challenges my brain and my body. And it's a lot of body weight stuff, rhythmicality, breakdancing, just a lot of things where I explore pain barriers in my body. And I don't register pain as bad. I register it as maybe something to do again and see if I can get through it. And it's an amazing physical and mental practice. But I feel better than ever. I'm been fairly injury free for a long time. My diet has gone more plant-based as a result of that movement, which I find fascinating. I'm more attracted to salads and greens. I don't want to eat a big steak like I used to when I was doing heavy squats and lifting and listening to the American trader, let's go get a big steak to celebrate. Now I eat it and my stomach kind of hurts. I trust my gut. I listen to my stomach now. And when it doesn't feel good, when I eat that piece of steak, I say, maybe not. And when I eat that piece of gluten, maybe not. And so now I'm much more aware and respectful of my gut feedback. Again, more plant-based stuff. The more people I talk to, the more I see that is a way to go here. I'm not completely vegan or plant-based. I'm not saying you need to be, but I eat a lot of vegetables and I love it. And so that goes a long way. The physical practice, I do a lot of cold water therapy. A lot of that stuff inspired by Wim Hof, the Iceman. I love him. I am in a very, very cold tank between 10 and 15 minutes. Go straight into sauna. I'm a big fan of sauna and cold. I think enough cycles and you can mimic a psychedelic experience. There is definitely something there. These are things that theoretically make no sense to me. So, but in the lab as an engineer, I recognize these have big effects on me. So I'm going that way. That's what I'm doing. I'm going that way. So I feel great. For 46, I think I look great. And I think I can keep going doing this, and if you look, there are examples of people that keep doing this into their 60s and 70s. Steve Maxwell, 65. Not only is he in great physical shape, he has a twinkle in his eye like a 25-year-old. And we have an episode coming out with him in 2 days. And he's amazing. And he took me through his hotel workout and his daily morning routine, and he massages everything and he dry brushes his skin, and it's amazing. So I am so excited about the future. I embrace my age. I love my age. I feel really good. And my 5-year plan is just become a badass, break dancer. And people don't understand that me in the 3-piece suit can go do break dancing. But for me, it makes complete congruent sense. Also, I love dancing. I love the rhythmicality, the self-expression. When I started 2 years ago, I had a really hard time dancing in front of a mirror. Now I can do it and even dance in front of people, and I love it. It's just a different form of communication, just like this is. Yes. The original form of communication is with your body. I do it in front of Caden, and we have an immediate connection. I do it with my 10-year-old nephew from Switzerland. We're hanging out, talking to each other for an hour, and all of a sudden I'm like, you got a handstand? He's like, yeah. I'm like, no, you don't. Check this out. Boom. And his sisters was doing handstands. I'm telling you, the physicality is the way that humans communicate, and it's also body is the mind. So again, I realize this is all connected. And even while I'm saying that, I probably don't even believe it because I'm so so far I've been up in this, Descartes space, but it's true. So when I move my body, I think better. Everything works as a process. So my diet's going right, physical exercise every day. Ido Portal would laugh at how much I move. He'd be like, Brian, you need to be moving 10 hours a day. That guy moves a lot. I move, an hour and a half a day. I need to be moving more probably. My diet, keeping that strict, and keeping all those other practices, meditation and the affirmations, and then the relationships, and then even broadcasting and expressing myself, and all that is super important. And the dance, I love the dance. I'm so fortunate that as London Real, when I put the vibes out there, I got two of the greatest b-boy instructors in the world, and that's Mark Jacob, my man in Liverpool, and Alexander Ziri, who later became our head of product. Go figure. Both of my b-boy instructors, OGs, original guys that have been doing it for 10 years, that when I do it wrong, they say, you're doing that wrong. Your foot should be in this place. Your hand should be in this place. Respect the guys that created this art 30 years ago. And I've had two of them in this guest chair, Crazy Legs and Storm, two of the greatest b-boys ever. So again, honor that tradition. And so I'm just going to go wherever this journey goes with the body and everything. And again, our documentaries kind of say the same thing. So I just hope people move more and people think about their diets as well. I have people on like McGregor to talk about this stuff. What are you eating? And McGregor, I don't know if I fully believe, but he basically says the top 12 illnesses and causes of death are changeable by your diet. Like, and how many people really think about what they eat or really ever change what they eat? Most people have a pretty lousy diet. I even did when I knew better and thought I had a diet that was good, but I was lying to myself. These days, gluten-free, sugar-free, plant-based. Yeah, some days I'll have an ice cream. Okay. And some days I'll have a glass of wine. Yeah, that's okay. I'm okay with that. I have a good relationship with alcohol now. It's okay. And it's functional for me because I'm a functional human being. That changes everything. When I'm dysfunctioning, that's when problems come up. And so I think all of these are important aspects of my life, but movement's a big one. We move every day in the studio here. After our morning meetup, our stand-up morning meeting, we turn the music on and everybody moves. In our new space, we got more space for that. We have a hanging bar. We're going to have a wall that you can do handstands on. This is all part of our company culture. We walk the walk here and we talk the talk. And I believe this is true. So yeah, those are my plans for the next 5 years. I can't wait. I'm excited. What can I say? Don't ever hide behind your age. That doesn't make any sense to me. Embrace your age, be who you are, be proud of it. And again, you can make yourself feel 10 years younger at any point. Just start moving, change your diet. I move at 46 better than a lot of people move at 26. And that's just because of the choices I've made. That's all. So,
I have to tell you, my father is 79, big guy, 6'4", big bone guy. And a couple of months ago, he decided to change his diet. My sister was a big part of that because she changed her diet. And wow, am I proud of him. No sugar.
That's huge right there.
Yeah, no
it's hard.
No pasta. It's hard, but he's dropping the weight. He had a doctor's appointment. So, like you said, it doesn't matter what your age is. He's 79, and he's doing it, and he's moving. We brought an exercise bike over there, and he's starting to move and feel good. And hey, it could be done at any age.
Yeah, change the quality of your life right now in a matter of days.
That's right.
And like some basic tenets. In our Life Accelerator, it's like cut out gluten and cut out sugar. That alone will have it huge, and move every day. That will have a massive effect on there. That would probably 10x how good you feel in a matter of a week or two. So I'm so happy to hear that. It's never too late to start, and it's all up to you. It's your choice.
That's right.
So it's really empowering to have that knowledge. But it's hard to do, man. And again, sugar's everywhere. You just don't know it. So I don't know, do the research.
Read those labels.
Yeah, exactly.
What's your relationship with money?
Great question. And it's something that I talked about before the Business Accelerator. One of our bonus modules is a talk we had here with Phil McKernan in the studio with about 30 people, some of the early days of the Academy. And he said, what is your relationship with money? And he said, say out the one word that you associate with money. And it was just fascinating to be in a room with people that said, pain, horrible, greedy, and everyone had a strange relationship with money. So for me, most of my life, my relationship with money drove me to do things. Or as there's another line from Wall Street where one of the Bud Fox's bosses says, that's the thing about money, Bud. It makes you do things you don't want to do. So for me in my life, it motivated me. It was always a big deal. When I was in third grade, you know, a lot of kids bring things for show and tell at school. Some people bring their puppy.
Right.
Some people bring their pet rock. I brought $100 bill. And it freaked the teachers out. And they called my mom and they said, he can't bring that. What if it gets stolen? And I thought it was cool, right? It was a Benjamin.
That's great.
That says enough about me. So for me, I didn't have a good relationship with money. For me, my mission and my vision was get as much as possible. And that was my mission. And it was a very singular mission. And when you're on Wall Street, everyone has that mission, and it's, you know, you're with your tribe. So it just gets exacerbated and exponentially put. And that's probably why I wrote it out for so long. But like I said, next week I'll hang out with one of my old banker buddies who, I don't know if his life is still about the money, but it's very money involved. And, you know, he might look at me and say, Brian, you might be out of your mind. But I think he'll look at me and say, you found something here, Brian. So for me, it's something I'll always struggle with, but I think I have a different relationship with money now. And now the money doesn't really matter as much. For me, who cares if by the time I die, my net worth is 2 million or 20 million or 200 million? Will it affect the 100-year plan? Will it affect the awesome interactions I can have every day? Will it affect the content we can produce and the legacy of London Real? I don't think so. I don't think we're limited by money. We've done amazing things with this company with not much money. So I think it's about creativity, usually going to where the fear is, taking risk, getting uncomfortable. That's why I tell all the people in the Business Accelerator, how much time will it take? It's not about the time or the money. It's about you willing to go to those hard places. So for me, I think I have a healthy relationship with money, but then I would say that. So I think it's gotten better. I don't judge people on money anymore. I try not to. I don't judge myself on money. I couldn't have, or I've done very poorly the last 6 years. But I do see it as a tool because it's capital. It's capital that can help me magnify my message. So I don't disrespect money. It's very important. We need it in order to take ourselves to the next level. Also, it's a byproduct of people buying into us. So if I get our biggest and greatest class ever in the Business Accelerator, with that comes a lot of tuition money. So it's a sign you're doing something right, Brian. And like I say in the course, when people vote with their credit cards, it means you're doing something worthwhile. So when you create your first product for American Real and people buy it for $999, you're going to be like, wow. Not only are people liking my videos and saying, Roger, you're doing a great job, people are spending their money for your intellectual property. That's when you know you are really providing people tangible value because you're competing with all the other stuff they could buy. And that's what separates the entrepreneurs from the wantrepreneurs. And so I'm still very wary of that. So money is not bad. It's not evil. It can be used to great extent, but as a means to an end, it's horrible. And it's not a good way to judge people. I know billionaires. They've come to my live events and they're not all very happy. And I know people that judge themselves by their money, and it's really, really bad because also everyone thinks they're amazing. They're not. They're just like all of us. They need struggles. They need obstacles. So, yeah, once you start to get to know people with money, you realize it's not a big deal. Again, like Ito would say, it's the container. In one container, they were managed to find success. In another container, they might fall over flat on their faces, and they probably should explore that other container to be in the Shoshin mindset. So, yeah, hope that answers the question.
No, it does. I'd like to borrow one of your closing questions, and that is, if you could take us back and if you could talk to your 20-year-old self, what would you tell Brian?
So this is a great question. You know, it's funny. I might have been asked this before, but I don't remember. And now I'm such a different person now that let me just give it to you exactly what I'm thinking right now. So 20-year-old Brian would have been a sophomore at MIT. He would have had the first year not having to choose a major, and he would have come back from Ford Motor Company and chose to be a mechanical engineer. He would have been living at Zeta Psi fraternity at 233 Massachusetts Avenue, across from the Necco wafer factory that used to make all sorts of weird sugary smells come out. He would have had 50 guys in this house. We were living like animals, a lot like Animal House, and it was a wonderful time to be alive. We were all going through college. We didn't know where we were going to go. We were studying at the greatest institute in the world. And I'm telling you, I didn't have a gratitude practice back then. But every single day when I walked through Lobby 7, which is the front door on Massachusetts Avenue, I looked up at this big dome. They have a huge dome, like a neoclassical dome. And I look at the top as I walk through, and I'm just like, wow. And I look at the guys on the walls as I walk by, these famous Nobel Prize winning scientists. And I'm like, wow. the place is just epic. And I felt grateful every day to be there, even though after 4 years, I was dying to get out and go do something. But it was an amazing time. So I would have been in that fraternity. You know, as a brother, I had made it at Zeta Psi. I would have been studying a lot. And this was my test, because this is my second year at MIT. This is where you get grades. The first year was pass fail. And this is going to see, okay, what do you got? And my first semester, I took 4 courses. It was a course, I think, in structures, as in how metals and I-beams worked. It was a course in electronics about how capacitors and resistors and all these things worked. I think I had another course. It was like an elective, and it was like another calculus course, like dynamic calculus or something. 4 solid courses, and I was like, all right, what's going to happen? And I remember with each one, I got a little taste of success in the first exam, and I'd worked hard and I got it. And I thought to myself, wait a second, I might be able to get straight A's and get a 5.0 grade average, which is what you get at MIT with an A. You get a 5, not a 4. Don't ask me why they're so special. And I was like, wait a second, we can do this. And when I saw that glimpse of what I could have, I just doubled and tripled up. And so I just started going hardcore. Now, don't get me wrong. On Friday nights, I would hang out and try to finish the keg with all the brothers, and I would go to the parties. But during the week, I would study and study and study. And I'd wake up Saturday morning hungover, and I would go study and just like a madman. It was self-discipline. It was, again, another task that I could go all in on and battle myself. That's what London Real was in the beginning. Battle yourself, you know? And I did it, and I ended up getting there. And I remember my transcript got sent home to my dad, and it was straight A's at MIT the first semester. And I had a friend of mine who was like, yo, we got the 5.0. And at the time, there was a Mustang that said like 5.0, 5-liter engine. And he was like, you got to get one of those around your neck. And so, look, that was a great glimpse of what I could do. And it was amazing. At the same time, you know, Brian didn't know where he was going. You know, he wanted success. It was probably going to be conquering the world and getting a lot of stuff for him and what was important. And again, I just started partying and, you know, trying to know what was going on with the world. And so, you know, advice to that young man, you know, I guess I'm never about regret. You know, I don't regret doing anything. I don't believe I should have started London Real earlier or stopped banking earlier or done this or done that. I'm very happy with all the choices I made. But maybe knowing that certain things were okay, you know, letting humans in a little bit earlier, or realizing that the gold out there is inside the other humans and the connections and the relationships. Like those would have been nice realizations to have, you know? And so a little bit of advice that, you know, all these other 2-legged things around you, they might be more critical to your world picture than you think. So that might have been a little bit of advice, you know, to him, to just say, you know what, open your eyes. These people are what it's all about. It's not about you. It's not about how much you can get, how many A's you can get, the job you can get, how much stuff you can acquire, the promotion you can get, what other people think of you, and maybe just understand it's about the journey, and it's about the people, and it's about all these human relationships. And that's where the gold is the humans. Ido Portal said to me that his mother told him once, she said, the most interesting thing in the world are people. More than anything else we could ever create, or any story or any technology, are people. And he's so right. And when I meet someone fascinating, they blow my mind more so than anything else. And so that's where the gold is. It's in each other. So maybe I would have told Brian that maybe do your thing. You got to go out there and kick ass. You got to go out there and conquer the world. You got to go out there and compete. You know, a good friend of mine named Errol Payne, who was a good friend of my dad's, and they did business together. You know, he always used to say, you know, when you're young, you have to go out there and compete, you know, and afterwards you have to go forth and multiply. And I think these are important stages in a man and a woman's life. And so go out there, go balls out, go take no prisoners, you know, maybe offend some people. That's okay. But sooner than later, learn that this is a collaborative experience. This is a long game. We all win by kind of compromising and understanding each other. And it's not about winning or making someone else lose. I think it's all about like winning together. So maybe that's the long-winded advice I would have told him. And he would have told me to do one, old man. Definitely. He would have been like, I don't know what you're talking about. because I know what's up and you don't know what's up. So I always remember that in my kids. And when I see young people, is that they're going to always think that I don't know what's up. And maybe they're right. That's the beauty of youth. They show us that maybe I don't know what's up.
That's right. Yeah. And it is about the journey, and it is about not having regrets. And you are the curator of London Real. How does that make you feel today?
Curator, the creator, or all this stuff, to be honest, I try not to think about it. Again, the rear view mirror has been removed. Even the current view mirror usually is removed, and I'm trying to look forward. So again, I'm very bad at appreciating where we've come. I'm not a big on the bottle popping. Maybe Julian can get me to pop a bottle tomorrow. And so I'm going to get better with that, I promise. And when the Vancouver Real guys were here, he asked me at one point, he's like, Brian, how come you can't take a compliment and take credit for what you've done? But look, for me, this is a collective experience. This isn't about me. It's all these people doing these great work, these people that came on and shared these things with me. And for me, I have so many things I want to do with the world, and we want to do all these great things. And when someone stops me in the street, and it happens all the time, and they're like, oh, that London Real. I'm like, yeah, how'd you hear about it? Oh, it was the Ido Portal movie. The thing I say right afterwards is, he's amazing, isn't he? Man, we start talking about Ido. So it's always talking about an idea or a person and their message and how we can take that to the next level. So for me, it's not about being proud of London Real. It's not about looking at what we've done or looking at the accomplishments or the silver button in the bathroom with the 100,000 YouTube subscribers that you might have seen or not. For me, I'm really focused on the future. Hopefully I'm not forgetting to be present. But for me, I feel good when we do good things. When I make Ido happy that night, that feels really good. When I see graduates do beautiful things in our courses, that makes me feel good. When a guest comes out of here and says, what you guys do is special, the greatest interview I've ever done, that feels good. And I know it is too, because that's what I do every week. And in my opinion, more than often than not, produce the greatest interview they've ever done. And I know that because I've watched every interview they've ever done. And I think we do that. So I am very proud of that. I'm super proud of my team, super proud of all the men and women here who become better versions of themselves every day. They push the limits, they get better. They have their own faults, their own resistances, but they push through. That makes me proud. That makes me super proud. The show, less so. But I am happy with what we're doing. I'm excited to where we're going. And I just, I need to step up and make it happen. So
before I let you go, what advice do you have for me now 14 episodes in?
Well, first of all, if you haven't checked out American Real, please go watch it. Roger blew me away when I saw the set and I saw the work that you put into it. And again, it's one thing to build a set. It's one thing to really think about the lighting like we did in here and all of the amazing stuff. And the trailers that you put together, you put your heart and soul into those things. And you can't fake that. And that's why the London Real trailer is the reason why most video people don't make it a week through London Real and they go goodbye. We've probably gone through 10 or 20 video people because they can't tell a story in a 90-second trailer, which is what we do. That's our intellectual property here at London Real. You see it in the beginning of every episode. It's hard. And we try to tell this amazing, incredible, short, beautiful story that gets you wanting to watch the whole show. So that's what we do here. And that's what I saw you do. So it's amazing to see you bring your heart and soul to telling these stories and telling those episodes. So thank you for doing that. As far as advice to you, look, you've got 14 episodes in the bag. What I see in you is just amazing. You put so much into it. You're obviously invested into this in a big way. You're building a studio. You're investing in the video production. Regardless of what resources you might have, that takes skin in the game. Anybody can cut a check. That doesn't show in a trailer like the one you did, where it's got the voiceover and the drone shot and that. It's different. And that's why I will always beat the BBC and I will always beat Channel 4. Because at the end of the day, that producer goes home because he's paid to do that job. I live and eat and breathe it. This is me, my reputation. I feel personally indebted to everybody on this show to put their message out in a beautiful way. That's why I came in on Sunday to tape Michael Greger, because it was a message that had to be told. So we all took time away from our families to come in here and tape it. Not just me, video team. We do it because we give a shit. And that's why my product will always be better than anybody's product with $1 billion behind it. That's the truth. So when I see you do what you do, it's amazing. So I'll tell you what I told you in the course. Don't stop. You think you feel great now after 14 episodes, give it a year, 50 episodes, 100 episodes. Keep pushing yourself. Go to where the fear is in yourself. There's things that make you uncomfortable. I know. I'm guessing you're on our business accelerator. When it comes to your relationship with money, we probably have some things to talk about. When it comes to charging people money that are American real people, you're going to have some issues with it because you're like, no, Brian, I'm about giving them the content. I don't want to ask. So we're going to talk about giving them more value. So there's going to be a lot of hurdles. You're going to get hate, but you haven't felt yet. How could anyone hate me? I'm doing beautiful things. Wait, it's going to happen. And it's not going to be fair. And you're going to have to look yourself in the mirror and say, why am I doing this? Am I doing this because I like praise? Or am I doing this because I have a higher purpose to get this message out by any means necessary, right? Malcolm X. And I get hate here sometimes. I get people that say nasty things about me. And I have guests sometimes that say, take that down. And I mean, it hurts. I'm like, don't you know what I'm doing? I'm Brian Rose, and I'm trying to give you everything in my soul and make your day better and inspire you to take action, and you get kicked in the face. Well, guess what? Welcome to broadcasting. This is what happens. And it separates the suckers from the people that are in it for the ego. And you're going to come to these confrontations and you're going to have resistance. People are going to not like what you do. They're going to call you out. You're going to have things fall apart on you. People in your team that walk away from you and say bad things. Technology failures, et cetera, et cetera. And you are going to find out what you're made of. And if you really are true to this higher power mission, if you really do think it's about the journey, about the content, if you really think everyone has a story and you're a conduit to this greater message for humanity, then you will make it. And you will, rightfully so, be a proud member of someone who's changing the global consciousness. And if you don't, then you'll have a story about how you once had a show. And there's plenty of those that have reels about them. LA reel gone, Dublin reel gone, tons of them gone, Wichita reel gone. Nice people, but they couldn't make it through the hard times because this is not an easy business. It's brutal. And to make it, you have to be willing to go to where the fear is. And guys like Vancouver Reel have done that, and you're going to get there. And I think you will make it, but they're going to be hard times. So push through those. Always remember your why. Simon Sinek, start with why. Go back to it the whole time. Why are we doing this? And that's what I always go back to. So when I'm having a hard time, when things are going wrong, if in any way, I always think, why am I doing this? I'm doing this because we're doing the right thing. And then waking up in the morning, it's no problem. Who cares? You're making money this month? Great. You just lost a chunk of money? Great. Who cares? I'm doing what I love. I'm doing the right thing. Who cares at the end of it? How much money I have in the bank? It doesn't matter. So that's what I would always say. Go back to that why. That's what I do on a regular basis. Sometimes I forget. Go back to it. I got people like you that can remind me, people like the team, all the London Reelers in the world. Every person that's ever watched even 2 seconds of a London Reel episode keeps me on point, right? They keep me inspired. They make me feel like, man, I really owe it to these people to give them my A game every single week. I can't disappoint them. I can't bring in a mediocre guest. I can't bring in some BS artist. I got to come on point. My courses have to be amazing. So they all hold me accountable. So I have to thank them and all the guests that come in here and trust me. And those are the people that really empower me. So that's my advice to you. And it's really advice to me in disguise, and maybe advice to anybody listening who also just wants to step up their game in their life. Just go out there with a big why. And if you have that higher purpose, you are unstoppable. There's that line the Blues Brothers have, and they're like, what are you guys doing? Like about 20 minutes in the movie, they're like, we're on a mission from God. And that's what I think. Yeah, we're on a mission from God. And so we're unstoppable because we know we are doing the right thing. What are you going to do? You going to take away our money? Cool. You want to take me off YouTube? Cool. You don't want to put me on television? Cool. I don't care. We're going to keep doing this. Can't stop, won't stop by any means necessary. We are going to take London Reel in the next 100 years to the next level and bring the whole world with us. Global consciousness goes up a notch. We can all feel it. And then other people will do it, and other people will do it. And 100 years now, 1,000 years from now, we'll look back to these days of savageness when we weren't treating each other right and our bodies right and all of these things. And we'll think, wow, look how much we've evolved. That's what we're going to see.
I love it. Thank you for that. That's wonderful advice. And look, Brian, thank you for this opportunity. This has been incredible. It has been a dream come true. It came true. We did it today. You have been so gracious. I've learned so much from you and your team. I can't thank you enough. And my family thanks you. And my friends, everyone's just rallying around this. And wow, I owe you big time.
You don't owe me a goddamn thing. It's my pleasure, Roger. And again, you don't owe me anything because you earned this and you deserve this. And I knew I was setting you up for a big one today. And you asked me if you could come in yesterday and meet us in the studio. And I said no, because this is a beautiful moment in your life that you're going to remember, because all those endorphins came down to that minute and you walked into the studio and you're here for the first time and you're interviewing me. And, you know, this is the kind of moment, as they say in Wall Street, life all comes down to a few moments. And this is one of them. What are you going to do? And you stepped up and you delivered and you made it happen. This has been one of my most incredible conversations. I knew it would be. And I knew I was setting you up for one of those moments. And I love it. I love empowering someone to go ahead and do that, to that make or break moment, because it teaches you something about yourself. You know, and this goes back to what we teach in the academy, action and accountability. Now you know you're next level. So that way, you know, when the Neil deGrasse Tyson comes on American Reel, you'll be like, I crushed it with Brian Rose. This is going to be easy. So each one of these things is just a stepping stone, and it shows you that, you know, you're easily worthy of all of this and more. So thank you for coming on here. You really crushed it today. It's been an amazing conversation. You left no stone unturned, and it's been a lot of fun. And I got to talk about this. I forgot how much I like doing this. Yeah, we'll probably have to do it more often. But look, from that very minute I met you on that live call, I knew there was something special about you. When I watched your content, that's when I can tell what was inside of you, because you really put yourself in there. And that shows, and that's going to live on forever. And you said you're getting all this feedback from your friends and family and the local people around where you are, because they can feel your energy. And they're like, wow, this is special. This guy is special. So, you know, keep doing that stuff. Expect setbacks and resistance. It's going to come. It's all part of the job. If it didn't come, something's wrong. You're not going big enough, honestly. If it didn't come, then there would be everybody doing this. So that's not only part of the job, it's a necessary part, and sometimes a great part. You know, the times when we get knocked down here, when we come back stronger, it's like, whoa, we feel amazing. So again, thank you very much. Thanks to your family for supporting you and for doing that amazing video about this whole experience. You documented it, and you know, I want everyone to go watch that stuff and check you out. I'm going to be watching you. I expect incredible content. I expect you to step your game up every single episode. I want you to make us look bad. That's what I want. I want me to be thinking, guys, have you seen what the American Reel has done? I actually did. When I saw your trailers, I forwarded it to the video team. So that's what I have to say. So as we say on London Reel, it's about the journey. It's controversial. It's about the people. And thank you so much, Roger. You know, you've really crushed it today. I can see you're on this incredible journey. I'm so happy you've found this art, and I think it's going to define your life, change a lot of people's lives. You're an inspiration. It's going to create the next 100 or 1,000 reels or shows or whatever they are. So, you know, you're doing God's work. I think we both are. So
thanks so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Can I get that hug?
Absolutely.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it.